Greetings and welcome to the Saco City Council meeting for Monday, April 12th, 2021. Call the meeting to order at 6:30 p.m. Let the record reflect that all city councilors are present, including the city administrator. At this point, I'd like to invite everybody to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The flag is behind City Administrator Kaner. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much, everyone. With that, brings us to item 4 of the agenda. There's nothing under general, but I would like to just note that this morning I had the great opportunity to testify before the Environmental Committee of the state legislature on behalf of Representative Copeland's bill to make the state of Maine the non-federal co-sponsor for the Army Corps project. So the work session for that bill will be scheduled in the next coming weeks, but I was joined in legislative testimony by Representative Copeland, Save Our Shores, Saco Bay President Kevin Roach, and Vice President David Flavin, and also Councilor Berman was unable to make it, but did present testimony in favor of such bill. With that brings us to item 5, committee correspondence to council. Are there any committee correspondence at this time? Councilor McPhail.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As many of you may heard, Saco Main Street has hired a new program director, Molly Donlin. Down the road, she will succeed Mr. Biggs as the executive director, and I would like to congratulate her and welcome her into the position with the group.
Thank you, Councilor McPhail, and welcome Molly to Saco Main Street in the city of Saco. Any further committee correspondence to council at this time? Moving on to item 6, public comment. The public comment section, just want to remind folks that if you've submitted public comment to City Administrator Kainrath to read, that is your opportunity for public comment. So everybody gets 3 minutes, and that is all. So if City Administrator Kainrath has received your public comment, as you did not want to read it, that will suffice for the public comment. So with that, City Administrator Kainrath, have you received any public comment for tonight's meeting?
Yes, I have, Mr. Mayor.
Would you be happy to read those into the record, please?
Okay. There are a number of them, so bear with me while I get through these. Our first piece of public comment comes from Kathleen DiZazio. Ladies and gentlemen, while I do not live in Ward 5, I've been a resident of Saco for many years. I'd like to encourage the council to appoint Phil Hatch as the Ward 5 councilor to fulfill the term opened by the resignation of Mr. Minthor. Not only has Mr. Hatch been a resident of Saco for many years, he has volunteered his time in many aspects of city government. He also was the first person to volunteer to fill this vacancy and is well-versed in the challenges facing Ward 5 at this time. I believe that he is, without a doubt, the most qualified and committed applicant for this position. Again, Kathleen DiZazio, 50 Plymouth Drive. Next, Katrina Botello of Flag Pod Road. Dear Council, I'm writing in support of Mr. Phil Hatch for Ward 5 Councilor. He has lived in Saco for longer than I've been alive, and I trust that he has Saco's best interest in mind. I've heard Mr. Hatch speak on a number of different meetings, and he is always well-spoken, informed, polite, and diplomatic. I think he has a true commitment to the citizens and is willing to put in the work to get things done, which is what we need. He has the ability to research and apply critical thinking and is able to speak up and speak out, as well as to listen. Not to disparage the 2 other candidates that have lovely resumes, but why have they not spoken or engaged? We don't know who they are. Phil knows the area and understands the Saco process and people. 80% of life is about showing up, and it's the difference between success and failure most of the time. Phil has shown up, and I truly respect that. I hope you'll consider my support and the support of many other citizens. Katrina Botello. Next, Dan Lasky. My name is Dan Lasky. I live at 23 Skyline Drive, Saco, Ward 5. I lived in Saco for 60 years. I'm writing today in support of Phil Hatch for Ward 5 Councilor. Having known Phil for several years, I've always known him to be a person of integrity, fairness, professionalism, hard work, for our community and the ability to listen and problem solve. Since May 1st of 2020, I've come to know him even better through our work together in Safe Saco neighborhoods. His diplomacy, honesty, and sense of fair play would benefit both our ward and city, and he will listen to his constituents of both Ward 5 and the city. Phil, through his life, has acquired many skills that will benefit the city, so I hope you elect Phil. He is a longtime resident of Saco, which I believe is important. We must know where we have been, so we may know where we have to go. The city of Saco will be better for it. Thank you, Dan Lasky. Next, Jennifer Soroy. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, City Councilors. My name is Jennifer Soroy, and I reside at 16 Evergreen Drive in Saco, Ward 5. I'm writing this letter in support of Phil Hatch as a Ward 5 City Councilor. In full disclosure, I am Phil's oldest daughter. My husband and I have been residents of Saco for nearly our entire lives, attended Saco schools, graduated from Thornton Academy, and owned a small business in Saco. After a 15-year stint working commercial lending in Portland, I have returned to the Saco Biddeford market as a commercial lender in my local community. I have been deeply involved with the Saco schools since my two daughters have been school-aged and have made improving our children's educations as well as community involvement a priority for my entire adult life. My husband continues to work at Saco and is deeply involved in the local schools and community groups as well. As such, the decision before you tonight is one that will impact my immediate family significantly as my husband and I continue to raise our family in Saco and continue our involvement in our community. If anyone knows Phil, it is his family. We have seen him lead by example when it comes to equity, justice, and leadership. His focus is always on the greater good and how best to achieve it. He has a knack for listening to the issues and working thoughtfully to achieve positive resolutions and make improvements to situations, even if the path to the best outcome isn't the easiest. Phil brings an impressive resume of knowledge and leadership achieved during his life, including his commitment to children through coaching, financial literacy, and mentorship. He has also proven his commitment to community service through his 3-decade-long membership with the Rotary Club of Saco, including countless community service projects in the local area, as well as service in other city committees and groups. Most recently, Phil has embarked on a tireless effort to ensure full transparency and fairness with the zoning issues uncovered relating to the Kimball Health parcel, which without his efforts may have had a truly negatively impactful outcome for the surrounding neighborhood. Given Phil's impressive resume, experience, and proven track record, I would urge the council to vote tonight in support of voting in Phil Hatch as the Ward 5 councilor for the good of our ward and our city. Thank you, Jennifer Soroy. Next, Elizabeth Kramer, 30 Forest Street. Dear council members, I'm writing to voice my support of Phil Hatch for the Ward 5 council seat. In addition to being just a really good and kind person with a strong moral character, he is also unbelievably knowledgeable about the city processes and has a tremendous understanding of how local government works. He has been a tireless advocate for his community over the past year with an enviable ability to attend to detail while never losing sight of the big picture, what is best for the city of Saco. He's not concerned with power, ego, or status. He is concerned with serving his community. He is already a strong and respected community leader. It is only logical for him to serve on the city council. Thank you, Jennifer Kramer. Next, Inga Brown, 161 Simpson Road. Dear Saco City Councilors, please accept this letter as a strong and enthusiastic recommendation for Phil Hatch for the Ward 5 councilor. Phil is a deeply thoughtful and highly astute person who understands complex issues and can clearly process, communicate, and present those challenging issues to his future constituents. He is a very capable individual who is up to the challenge of the intense work required of a city councilor. Phil's dedication to the Saco community is well established, and he will serve with integrity and dignity. He is committed to teamwork, truth, and high ethical standards. I urge you to support his appointment to the Saco City Council as a most vital and appropriate choice. Saco will be very fortunate to have him serve and lead our community forward. Most sincerely, Inga Brown. Next, Lucy Hatch. Dear Mayor and Councilors, I want to reiterate my support of Phil Hatch for the City Council position. If anyone knows Phil and what is in his heart, it's me, his wife of 41 years. Phil was born and raised in Biddeford and has lived in Saco since 1983. He is intelligent, very well educated, and honest. Phil wants what is best for Saco. He has no agenda. He is not easily influenced or charmed by unscrupulous people and has a sharp eye for dishonesty. He does not engage in mudslinging, nor does he attack anyone's character. Phil is the only qualified candidate at this time with his background in finance, teaching, coaching, board member of Age Friendly Saco, past president of a national trade association, and incoming president of the Rotary Club of Saco Bay. He is more than qualified to sit on the city council. We have also owned and run the Winter Haven Assisted Living Facility for 20 years. Hard work and long hours are not foreign to this family. Phil is a team player. He collaborates, challenges, teaches, and learns by being part of a team. He knows many people, and many people know him. He knows Saco and its people. So please vote for Phil Hatch as City Councilor. No one wants to fight City Hall. No one should have to fight City Hall. City Hall should fight for us. Thank you, Lucy Hatch. Next, Charles and Wanda Massey of 264 Lincoln Street. Phil is a reputable businessman and citizen with the experience needed for the Ward 5 City Council seat. In addition, Phil does not talk down to people and speaks to people with respect. This is an improvement over the previous Ward 5 councilor who has thankfully resigned. Please select Phil Hatch as the councilor for the open Ward 5 seat. Please add my email to the public comment for this meeting. Thank you, Charles and Wanda Massey, Lincoln Street. Next, we have Joanne Lester of 49 Garfield Street. I appreciate Phil's integrity and passion. From what I understand, Phil Hatch has spent countless hours this past year working tirelessly for the citizens of Ward 5 while not serving in the official capacity of a councilor. He's been a resident of Saco for 38 years. I appreciate Phil's integrity and passion for Saco and all of the work he has done so far to involve himself with the Safe Saco Neighborhoods organization in the recent controversy around the mega complex that current lawmakers are trying to introduce into my neighborhood. I appreciate his efforts and feel that he is the best choice for this job. Since there will not be an election, and it seems that a selection by the council will take place, it is only fair for the mayor and city council to hear all voices before making what I hope will be a thoughtful and inclusive decision. Thank you for your time, Joanne Lester. Next, we have Bill Caney. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Bill Caney. I live at 3 Blackberry Lane in Saco, which means I'm a resident of Ward 5. I'm writing to express my support for Phil Hatch to fill the vacant council seat for Ward 5. I've known Phil Hatch for 30 years. I'm an attorney, and Phil was a client of mine for years. He is also a fellow Rotarian, though not in my Rotary Club. Phil is an incredibly thoughtful individual who always does his homework related to anything that he does. He is very well spoken, responsible, and careful about what he says. Phil has lived in Saco for most of his life, and he and his wife opened and operated a Winter Haven assisted living facility, which provided him with insight into many aspects about how things work in Saco. His children went to Saco schools, and now his grandchildren attend our schools. Most recently, Phil has been involved in the whole issue of rezoning the city and has provided leadership to hundreds of people related to the Flatley Company apartment complex proposal off of Lincoln and Bradley Streets in Saco. He provided leadership that in a very level-headed, respectful, and non-emotional fashion while imploring others to do the same. I have followed Saco City Council over the years and frequently appeared before city boards and the council when I was in private practice. I have no doubt that Phil Hatch will be a strong addition to the council and that he will work to serve all the residents of Saco. Please support Phil Hatch for the Ward 5 council seat. Thank you, Bill Caney. Next, we have Frank Dumas, 310 Lincoln Street, Saco. It is with pleasure that I recommend the appointment of Phil Hatch to fill the vacant Ward 5 council seat in the city of Saco. I've known Phil for many years and have worked with him on Rotary projects held in conjunction with the 2 Rotary clubs that serve the Saco area. Phil has never been one to sit back and wait for others to complete the task at hand. Our biggest yearly fundraiser was the community Rotary auction, which would net the clubs somewhere between $40,000 to $50,000. This income will be divided between the 2 Rotary clubs and will provide funding for the many humanitarian services and projects conducted within our community by each Rotary club. During these auctions, Phil would not only perform his own assigned tasks, but could be seen working the many other facets of the auction needed to bring this fundraiser to a successful completion. Phil would also be seen working on many of these community projects throughout the year. Most recently, I've been involved in our neighborhood efforts to challenge the efforts of an out-of-state developer wanting to build a large apartment complex between Lincoln and Bradley Streets. Phil was immediately asked to be the neighborhood spokesperson, and he quickly demonstrated that he has the expertise to properly provide the city with factual and informative information concerning the above-mentioned complex. Phil would spend hours digging into information prior to his many written reports given to both the council and planning board. His oral presentation to the council and planning board was always informative, factual, and articulate. I'm confident that Phil would make a great addition to the city council and would participate in the deliberations of the council on a host of different topics brought before the city council on any given agenda. Therefore, I ask the mayor and city council to appoint Phil Hatch to fill the vacant Ward 5 council seat in the city of Saco. Yours truly, Frank Dumas, 310 Lincoln Street. Next, Jane Karen, 264 Lincoln Street, Ward 5. Dear Sir and Madam, on March 12th, 2021, I sent an email in support of Phil Hatch as counselor for the Ward 5 seat. This was sent to the mayor and council members. It was short and sweet. My intention was for it to be entered into public record and included in the city council packet. Yesterday, I reviewed the council packet and my correspondence does not include it, and there is no public hearing on the agenda in regards to the Ward 5 seat. How is my voice to be publicly heard on public record, as I'm not able to vote in a democratic election process for my choice of the Ward 5 council candidate? I am forwarding my previous email along with my comments in this correspondence to City Council and the City Administrator with a request that both emails be entered into public record and read at the Monday, April 5th, 2021 City Council meeting. I will also speak during the general public comment portion at the start of Monday's council meeting. Of the 3 candidates for the Ward 5 seat, Phil Hatch has the highest level of business and work history and experience and has lived in the city of Saco for 35 plus years, as well has been an active citizen within the city. The other candidates are new to Saco, one having lived here less than 2 years and the other just recently having moved to Saco. Phil Hatch has the professional and life experience to benefit the city of Saco. As Ward 5 council seat member, I ask the mayor and city council members to please support Phil Hatch for the Ward 5 city council seat. Thank you, Jane Karen, 264 Lincoln Street. Next, we have Bill Zafferson to the mayor and city council. This letter is in support of Phil Hatch's application to fill the vacancy of the Ward 5 council seat. My name is William J. Zafferson, and I live in Ward 4 at 1 Cortlandt Circle. While I do not live in the ward for which you seek to fill the vacancy, I feel it important to offer an opinion, as Mr. Hatch has many qualities and attributes that would benefit the city greatly. I have known Phil Hatch for the better part of 35 years. He is an articulate, disciplined, well-mannered, and knowledgeable individual who has demonstrated exemplary leadership skills. In his professional career, he previously was a loan officer for several local organizations, providing capital for many businesses that are in existence today. In his current role, he is a trusted mentor and a resource for a large number of bank clients, providing analytical training for commercial loan officers, both newer in their roles and also seasoned lenders. His experience is clearly sought out, as he is able to not only understand very complex financing items, but also break down those items into digestible and readily understandable elements. He demonstrates very solid financial management skills. On a personal level, I have found Mr. Hatch to be a great communicator. He seeks to first understand others and then be understood. As he was working with the neighborhood group that came together to address concerns for the possible large development off of Bradley and Lincoln Streets, he made sure that cooler heads prevailed and helped members of the neighborhood present well thought out concerns. He has demonstrated that he could utilize data to further his point of view instead of emotion. His arguments were based on logic and were well reasoned. But there's also another side that I think is important. You often hear about paying forward. Phil Hatch has been a longtime Rotary member and was honored by his peers twice as Rotarian of the Year. He is on the board of Age Friendly Saco and was a former member of Saco's planning board, 2 entities that require a great deal of time and commitment. While he does focus on business, I also found him to be quite a competitive baseball player, exhibiting the ability to keep playing long after many others have retired their bats, gloves, and cleats. My point is, he is very well-rounded in what he brings to the table. As a long-term resident of Saco, it is clear the passion and enthusiasm Phil Hatch would bring to this role. I urge the City Council to appoint Phil Hatch to fill the Ward 5 vacancy. That's Bill Zafferson of Cortlandt Circle. Lastly, different topic. Save Our Shores, Saco Bay, the officers of the group have submitted the following communication. Dear City of Saco councilors, spring mornings in Camp Ellis are marked by the heavy sound of backhoes moving rocks along the seawall and removing sand from inundated shore roads. We would much prefer seagulls or ocean breezes, but until something is done to remediate the damage caused by waves powered by the Saco River Jetty, that remains a decades-old dream. Once again, you are being asked to approve a letter of support requesting a project partnership agreement with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. We urge you to act at warp speed, as we are beyond the tipping point to add to the total of 38 homes that have been swallowed by the ocean. The letter does not place any burden on the city. It is intended to get us the document we need to get this resolved. Your support, along with the mayor and city administrator, has been strong, and we are optimistic that it will continue. Getting this issue resolved is the #2 priority in your goals for the city. Without a strong push, coastal residents will face the peril of Mother Nature in her nastiest action. We are facing a certain Waterloo if we cannot act now. To make all of this happen, we need to stop looking at the excuses for inaction and take an approach that we must make this happen. There is much at stake. The path to success starts now by approving the letter of support. Thank you, Save Our Shores, Saco Bay. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, City Administrator Cainrath. At this time, I'd like to open up public comment to members of the public. If you're wishing to speak before the City Council, please use the raise hand function of the Zoom platform. Identify yourself with your name and address, and you'll be allowed 3 minutes to present your comments to the City Council. Again, use the raise hand feature or *9. First up, we have Margaret Mills. Margaret, you've been allowed to unmute. Please go ahead and do so. State your name and address for the record and present your comments to the City Council.
Thank you, Mayor Doyle, and thank you, councilors. My name is Margaret Mills. I live at 168 Simpson Road. I'm actually presenting my comments as a representative of an advisory committee. I've served for 3 years on the Saco Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. And at our last meeting, the Saco Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, in which we met with Ryan Summer, we voted on 2 things. The committee voted on 2 things. I'm the recording secretary, so I'm happy. While the minutes are still in draft form, I just wanted to report to you, since it's timely tonight because of the budget considerations for the Parks and Rec Department, that the advisory committee voted to support Ryan Summers' request for a full-time position, turning a part-time position into a full-time position for the parks aspect of the Parks and Recreation Department. We think it's very important for him to have that, and this department has suffered a long time to have so few staff to actually take care of the grounds that we own in common. And the second vote that the advisory committee took was to unanimously support the budget presentation and request as Ryan presented to us that night. And that's all I have to share. Thank you very much. Oh, except to say that it's wonderful to work with Ryan. We're very lucky to have him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Margaret. Up next, we have Kelly Archer. Kelly, you've been allowed to unmute. Please go ahead and do so. State your name and address for the record and present your comments to the City Council. Kelly, we can't hear you at this moment if you're. Kelly, you've been asked to unmute. Please go ahead and do so. State your name and address for the record and present your comments to the City Council. Bear with us, folks, as we're encountering a little bit of technical difficulty as we try to get Kelly Archer's comments here. Kelly, we can't hear you at this moment.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, but you may want to, hold on. I think
Can you
we
hear?
turned off one and I think we can hear you now.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay, I'm so sorry for the technical issues. I am Kelly Archer, 185 Bradley Street in Ward 5, and support the only exceptional and most qualified choice, Phil Hatch. All of you on the dais already know Phil through his year-long efforts of engaging letters, emails, and public comments. The planning board knows Phil. Hundreds of Ward 5 citizens know Phil. The city of Saco knows Phil Hatch for the following reasons. Just in the past year alone, Phil has taken every opportunity to attend council and planning board meetings and engage as the unofficial Ward 5 spokesperson and advocate representing our views, our issues, and our concerns at every turn. The increased attendance and civic engagement are in large part to Phil's advocacy and leadership, wisdom, institutional knowledge, and presentation of the vital issues and processes and unifying the community. Phil's actions this past year has already instilled public trust and confidence in him. Phil has earned the respect of Ward 5 citizens and the community with his countless volunteer hours analyzing and understanding Saco's school capacity, traffic, budget processes, smart growth development, job creation, and master plan development. Phil engages Ward 5 through social media initiatives, Zoom, and email groups. Phil is respectful, natural leader who is fair, ethical, honorable, accountable, and transparent beyond reproach, whose concern is not a political or personal image, but is in doing what is best for others. He has the knowledge that is needed at this critical time to provide the leadership required, and you will be pleased with his uncanny ability to have a refreshing voice of thoughtful and analytical reason, with the wisdom and experience to obtain a successful consensus. His energetic listening, fresh perspective, intense dedication, reasoned compromise, and extreme due diligence will be a tremendous asset to all of us in Saco. Those ethics and dedication deserve your vote. I personally do appreciate the resumes of the newer Ward 5 residents. However, I do not know anything about the both of them or any civic participation or engagement in any of the Ward 5 issues since they moved to Saco, except a recent resume, a newspaper article, and what you will share in your 7-minute presentation and council Q&A. In fairness to Ward 5, please consider Ward 5 citizens to get to know who they are first, what they stand for, their character, their level of Saco participation, and for all of us in Ward 5 to earn our trust and votes by applying to the many boards, committees, and commissions, and campaign for the Ward 5 seat in November of 2022, once we all know who they are. On resume, I'm really looking forward to what they have to say tonight. With that said, I trust Phil Hatch. I trust what he says and stands for. Phil walks his talk always. Councilors, Phil Hatch is, again, the only exceptional and most qualified choice for all of these aforementioned reasons. Please make it official. Appoint Ward 5's unofficial spokesperson for the past year, Phil Hatch, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly. Up next, we have Rick Millard. Rick, you've been allowed to unmute. Please go ahead and do so. State your name and address for the record and present your comments to the City Council.
Yes, this is Rick Millard. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
This is Rick Millard. I live at 26 Lower Beach Road in Saco. I have been working as a member of the Shoreline Commission in the city of Saco for more than 20 years. We're facing an important decision tonight and I urge you to approve the letter of cooperation for the Corps of Engineers so we can take an important step forward into resolving the erosion situation at Camp Ellis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick. Up next, we have Zoom identifier JC. JC, you've been allowed to unmute. Please go ahead and do so. State your name and address for the record and present your comments to the City Council.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hello, my name is Jane Karen. I live at 264 Lincoln Street in Saco.
Jane, may I interrupt you? Did you
No,
already
you may
provide?
not, because you
Did
don't know what
already
I'm going
provide
to say.
comment to?
No,
Did you
these are
already
different comments. Thank
Excuse
you.
me, Jane. Thank you very
Yes.
much.
These are different comments, sir.
You-
It's
you
not
have already-
regards
you-
to,
Are you
It
speaking
is-
on a different issue?
yes, two different issues. Please
Thank you.
allow me to speak. So thank you, City Council, for hearing my voice. And I wanted to share my comments on two topics here. One is the Saco Parks and Rec, and it's a very important and valuable asset to the city of Saco. Ryan Summers provides professional and beneficial direction of the programs, and I support the proposal to transition a part-time parks position to a much-needed full-time position for the parks program. And then secondly, I've heard, I hope incorrectly, but I heard that Jeff Broshu has asked to be reappointed to the planning board, but this may have been declined by the city. I think maybe Mr. Mayor or the council, but Mr. Broshu's experience and knowledge on the planning board and his training, the training that he's taken concerning planning board policy is very valuable. And I do hope that his request to be reappointed to the planning board be strongly considered and accepted. And I would very much appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jane. Any other public comments?
Mr. Mayor,
City Administrator Canrath.
when you get to the end, I do have one more piece of public comment that was emailed to me at 6:29 tonight. So I'll read that one in. It was just under the wire when you're finished with the others who want to speak.
Are there any other public comment at this time? City Administrator Canrath, I see no other hands raised for public comment.
Okay, thank you. This comes to us from Barbara Coleman. Good evening, Mayor Doyle, City Administrator Canrath, Saco City Council, and the citizens of Saco. It is my pleasure to write this letter of recommendation for Jennifer Day for the Ward 5 council seat position with the city of Saco. I reviewed all resumes thoroughly for this position. When reviewing the letters and resumes, I was looking for various qualifications to round out the current council members' experience. Examples were items such as accounting and budgeting, planning and development, and the overall goals and objectives of a council. Ms. Day's experience, knowledge, and combination in her former positions as a school board member and a council member in Augusta, Maine, are strengths she has obtained serving on these two elected boards. Her knowledge would add additional diversity to the current city council. Augusta, Maine has a form of government similar to Saco with a council and city manager, similar in size related to the number of citizens living in the community, and has many offices of Maine's state government in the municipality itself, which brings its own uniqueness to the city. Not only has Ms. Day met the requirements of two elected positions, but also took an active role on the school board and council. Speaking with various individuals in Augusta regarding her term on the council, Ms. Day clearly understood the charter, particularly when it came to the issue of approaching the city manager for assistance with a department. Truly, this is a plus in itself. It would allow our city administrator, Brian Canarath, to seek or assist her in obtaining the information she is requesting, and he would have knowledge of the concern, request, etc. as well. Jennifer responded to her constituents or any member of the public in a timely fashion. I was informed by individuals I spoke with in Augusta, she is a clear communicator, down to earth, concise, compassionate, and she represented herself on the council as one would expect, with decorum and dignity. Ms. Day would acclimate to her position on the Saco City Council in a smooth manner, as she has served on a similar council in the past. Comes to us again from Barbara Coleman. And that's the last piece I have. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the end of public comment. We are on to item 7, approval of the minutes. There are no minutes to approve. We'll move on to item 8, consent agenda. Item A, confirm mayor's appointment of Jeffrey Grossman to the planning board, and B, acceptance of the fire department grant. Is there any changes to the consent agenda? Councilor Johnston?
Mr. Mayor, I'd appreciate if we could remove both items and read them separately into the record.
Any objection to reading both items into the record? Okay, so there will be no consent agenda this evening. The consent agenda items become the action items under item 9. We have item A, Councilor McPhail.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The planning board is comprised of 7 members appointed by the mayor and approved by the city council for 3-year terms. Each commission member shall be a resident of the city, serve without compensation, and must meet the qualifications outlined in sections 4-34 of the city administrator's code. Mayor Doyle has recommended Jeff Grossman, Ward 7, to be appointed to the planning board for a 3-year term. The term would expire on April 1st of 2024. Be it ordered that the city council confirm the mayor's appointment of Jeff Grossman to the planning board for a term that would expire April 1st of 2024. I move to approve the order.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Gunn. Discussion? Councilor Johnson?
Thank you. So in years past, I'm not saying every mayor I had the experience of serving with, but prior mayors and just my overall knowledge of mayoral appointments in the past, all the interested applicants generally were given to councilors in their packets. So I just request going forward when we do these, if there are other applicants, that council be provided with that. And then my other question is that I believe we're going to have several vacancies on the planning board. And so I'm just questioning what vacancy Mr. Grossman is filling.
Councilor Johnston, I believe Mr. Grossman is filling the position vacated by Mr. Scontris. And Mr. Brochu and Mr. Nicholas are staying on until their names come up, as Mr. Nicholas has made mention to the community that he no longer wishes to serve on the planning.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Discussion? Roll call vote on the mayor's appointment of Jeff Grossman to the planning board. Council Archer.
Aye.
Councilor Purdy.
Yes.
Councilor Gunn.
Yes.
Councilor Berman.
Yes.
Councilor McPhail.
Yes.
Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. That brings us to our acceptance of the fire department grant. Councilor Johnston.
The Saco Fire Department has been awarded a grant from Firehouse Subs Public Safety Foundation. The grant was requested to replace Marine 6, the department's current rescue boat, a 16-foot Ribcraft rigid hull inflatable boat with console, outboard motor, trailer, navigation lights, antenna, and accessories will be purchased for $33,647.08 with the funds granted. This grant is accepted by the council. The $17,000 service. Oh goodness, what are we calling these now? Service enhancements in the fire department's FY 2020 budget would be removed. City Council hereby authorizes the Saco Fire Department to accept a grant in the amount of $33,647.08 from the Firehouse Subs Public Safety Foundation for the purchase of a new rescue boat.
Motion's been made by Councilor Johnston. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor McPhail. Discussion. Councilor Johnston.
Oh, I thought it was important that we just read this into the record since it impacts the budget later on this evening. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to city staff and the fire department for all your hard efforts to procure money through the grant funds and rather than the taxpayers of Saco. So thank you very much to everyone involved. Any further discussion? The roll call vote. Councilor Archer.
Aye.
Councilor Purdy.
Yes.
Councilor Gunn.
Yes.
Councilor Berman.
Yes.
Councilor McPhail.
Congratulations and yes.
Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. That brings us to what was item A, now item C, the Camp Ellis ACOE letter of support. Councilor Berman.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In order to alleviate the Camp Ellis erosion issues, a project partnership agreement must be made between the City of Saco and the Army Corps of Engineers. The council approved the city administrator to send the ACOE a letter in September of 2020. An official response from the ACOE was received on February 25th, addressed to Senator Collins' office. They have identified additional language needed in order to advance the PPA discussion. A revised letter of support has been drafted incorporating this requested language for council consideration and approval. Be it ordered that the City Council authorize the City Administrator to send the revised draft letter of support to the Army Corps of Engineers as presented, and I move to approve the order.
Motion's been made by Councilor Berman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Gunn. Discussion. Councilor Berman, then Councilor Johnston. Councilor Berman.
Yeah, thank you. As everybody up here knows, this is a critical, exciting, and overdue time for Camp Ellis. With every major storm, we lose roads, we flood houses, and the beach washes away. We're soon, in my opinion, to lose another block if we do nothing. Sending this letter is our best and I think only option to move forward and prevent those kind of catastrophes. Right. Moreover, moving forward will help turn Camp Ellis from needing city support into an economic engine, providing funds and resources for the whole city. Finally, I think it's important that we all remember this letter makes no commitment. It merely moves us forward in the negotiations with the Army Corps of Engineers in order to allow us to get to the stage where we can seek remediation. And at that point, it's appropriate to discuss further. I urge everyone to support sending this letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Berman. Councilor Johnston.
Thank you. First, I've got a couple of questions if anybody's able to answer them. Do we have an idea of what the PPA process going forward looks like? And do we have an updated cost of today's construction? Several years ago, I forget what it was at, around 34,000, I believe, or 40, we wish 34,000, $34 million. So do we have that information in recent meetings?
Councilor Johnston, what I can say is in recent meetings with the Army Corps, there is no cost estimate. What will happen is if we send a letter of support, they will unshelve the project. And then as part of the unshelving process and as part of the process to bring us the project partnership agreement, which will take probably 2 to 4 months for them to bring forward. As part of that, they will start talking about cost analysis with their value engineers. And that will be when we get some cost estimates as part of the project partnership agreement when that comes before us. As again, Councilor Berman was correct, that this is a letter of support for the plan, but it's not tying any money up in doing so. This is just to unshelve this long overdue project and get some help and relief to our citizens down in Ward 4, extremely, especially along the beach line.
Thank you. I don't know if there's any other comments from councilors. If not, I'd like to continue, but I'd go ahead and defer to anybody else if they have any other comments.
Please continue.
Thank you. I mean, I've been involved with this for many years. Really, my knowledge of Camp Ellis predates long before my time here on council. I can remember being a small child down there on the pier with an angry mob of individuals yelling and screaming at my father when he was mayor at that time. But I have a statement I would like to read in relation to this. So my comments are for the record. I think most that have been involved with the prior Army Corps of Engineers correspondence or letters of support surrounding this project all know that the Army Corps of Engineers was going to accept nothing less than unconditional acceptance of their terms. So here we are again. And with this letter before us, we accept these terms. This gives me great pause, having been on council for about 8 years. Accepting non-federal sponsorship of this project has never really sat well with me and has created a lot more unanswered questions than answers. I understand the letter of support is non-binding and simply moves the city along to the next phase, PPA phase. However, I do feel accepting non-federal sponsorship via this letter at this point is a bit disingenuous, as I believe the city lacks the resources, capabilities, and financial capacity to be the non-federal sponsor and potentially sets the city and its citizens up for greater liabilities and costs going forward. The erosion in camp in Saco Bay is not a Camp Ellis only issue. The erosion continues on much further past the 2,500 feet north of the jetty. The Corps has restricted the impact of the damage too. Their Plan 6 intends to mitigate damage only to this area. This is why prior councils I've been a part of preferred a regional and state approach to the non-federal sponsorship that would have spread the responsibilities out across the state and local governments. That was the intent of the October 21st, 2019 council resolution. I am happy to hear that Representative Copeland has submitted a bill to make the state the non-federal sponsor. I think it's important that all members of the public understand that the principal responsibilities of the city as the project's non-federal sponsor include the following: assume responsibility for all project costs in excess of the 26.9 million limit on the federal total project cost, operate, maintain, repair, replace, and rehabilitate the spur jetty component of the project at no cost to the federal government, hold and save the United States free from all damages arising from the initial construction, periodic nourishment, operation, maintenance, repair, replacement, and rehabilitation of the project, except for damages due to the fault or negligence of the United States or its contractors. Feel any one of those requirements alone should be concerning, but grouped together are very concerning. However, I recognize there is immediate need to at least figure out what the next phase entails, and will vote against my own internal feelings on this subject. I hope as we move forward, the full council will be consulted to work through the PPA process. In addition, I believe it's important we continue to pursue a regional state approach to non-federal sponsorship while also consulting with experienced legal counsel on matters pertaining to the Army Corps of Engineers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Johnston. Any further discussion? A roll call vote on the Camp Ellis ACOE letter of support. Councilor Archer.
Aye.
Councilor Purdy.
Yes.
Councilor Gunn.
Yes.
Councilor Berman.
Yes.
Councilor McPhail.
Yes.
Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. That brings us to item D, the appointment of the vacant Ward 5 council seat, and that is Councilor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alan Minthorn has resigned from his Ward 5 council seat effective February 22nd. and it was accepted by the council on March 1st, 2021. The following process follows the city charter, section 2.06C2, and was also used in December of 2020 to fill the Ward 4 seat. Materials that were submitted by the candidates are attached in Exhibit 1. The following process will take place to fill the vacant Ward 5 council seat. Step 1, the 3 candidates will give oral presentations no more than 7 minutes each. And candidates will be invited to speak in the order in which they submitted their applications. Philip Hatch, William Gale, and Jennifer Day. Step 2, council questions and answers. Each council will be allowed 1 round of questions per candidate. Step 3 is council discussion. Step 4, a motion may be read to confirm a new Ward 5 councilor.
Thank you, Councilor Purdy. At this time, we're going to go through the process, the same process we did last time. We'll hear the applicant presentations, a 7-minute maximum for each applicant. Then there'll be a councilor Q&A and discussion and motion. With that, we're going to go in order that they were received, and that is Phil Hatch is the first candidate up. Andrew, can we promote Phil Hatch? Thank you.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, we can hear you, Phil.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mayor Doyle and City Council members, my name is Phil Hatch. I reside at 19 Evergreen Drive. I first want to thank members from the community for their previous kind and supportive comments of my candidacy. My comments are in written form. I'm going to try to stay within my allotted 7 minutes. So please indulge me as I read my comments to you. I'm a 38-year resident of Saco and pleased to be presenting myself as a candidate to fill the recently vacated Ward 5 City Council seat. I have been married for 41 years. I'm the proud father of 3 daughters, all raised in Saco. 4 of my 5 grandchildren are girls. 2 are being raised here in Saco. And with all these smart and beautiful women surrounding me, you can see my family life should temper any thoughts you may have of alpha male tendencies. Embracing change for the better is something I have tried to do my entire life. I bring a willingness to explore new ideas while simultaneously providing the wisdom gained from life's experiences. It is somewhat easy to come up with ideas for change. Many people do that, especially during the social media age. The difficult challenge is being able to create a well thought out plan of action, one that respectfully considers impacts on all stakeholders. Not everyone can do that. However, I believe my life's track record indicates that I can. My formal education was summarized for you in my letter of interest, but clearly textbook knowledge is only a small part of my story. My life experiences have allowed me to engage in numerous leadership roles from which I have gained valuable strategy development, action plan implementation, and effective interpersonal relationship skills. I will highlight a few of those experiences that I feel relate to my potential role as a Ward 5 councilor. For a collective 12 years early in my career, I served as a commercial lender for 2 separate Biddeford-Saco community-based banks. During that time frame, I helped numerous local business owners and real estate investors with their commercial financing needs. I actively engaged my clients on an ongoing basis, providing whatever assistance I could to help make them successful. My focus was always on building relationships, not completing singular transactions. For a hometown boy, that connected me more deeply to my community. It is a strong connection that remains to this day. For the last 15 years of my professional career, I've been involved in banker training and education programs on a national level. I have highly developed subject matter expertise in commercial credit analysis with an emphasis on financial statements and cash flow analysis. I have helped design and effectively deliver industry best practices training curriculum that is frequently changing to meet the needs of an ever-changing banking industry. In 1996, my registered nurse wife, Lucy, and I cut the ribbon on our startup business, Winter Haven Assisted Living Community. It was located on the corner of King and Winter Streets in Saco and was attached to our home for the prior 13 years. Winter Haven was one of the first contract zone projects approved in Saco. For 20 years, Saco's families were served well by the geriatric healthcare skills of my wife. I have always been actively involved in community service. My wife and I supported the schools while our 3 daughters moved through the system, including my serving as PTO president at Fairfield School. I coached several softball teams over 8 years. I served for approximately 3 years on the planning board. I have served on 1 superintendent search committee. I am the founding director of Age Friendly Saco, currently serving as its treasurer. I have been a member of the Rotary Club of Saco Bay for 30 years. My wife is also an active member of the club. Through my club, I have been directly involved in numerous Rotary service projects within the city. Some examples are the installing of playground equipment at Fairfield School, sponsoring the Buddy Bench at Young School, assembling the raised garden tables at the Saco Community Center, building the reading house at Dyer Library, and the purchase of the beach wheelchair at Bayview Beach, just to name a few. The club has been actively involved in distributing food at age-friendly Saco COVID events over the past year. As a result of all these life experiences, I know my community and many of the people who live in it. I know many multi-generational Saco families. I have many trusted friends who live in Saco, many of whom are accomplished professionals of high integrity, working in professions from which I can draw wisdom and advice as a city council member. Over the last 6 months or so, we have been able to get to know each other via Zoom through my frequent visits to and speaking at city council meetings. Many other folks within the community have had a chance to get to know me during public comments made at city council and planning board meetings. Over the past year, I've had the pleasure of meeting many of my fabulous Ward 5 neighbors, and they have had a chance to get to know me. I have come to realize they want a Ward 5 councilor who is a fair and honest critical thinker, willing to listen, openly discuss, respond fairly, and respectfully to their concerns. I believe they also want a councilor who understands Saco as a long-term, well-settled community. They want a city council representative who is willing to be respectful of the rich history of the city while working on thoughtfully choreographed change for the future. I want to make it crystal clear, I am not a one-issue candidate. To think or suggest anything different would be very disingenuous. One land issue did indeed catch my attention. However, while focusing on that issue, it became apparent to me that our city government, in some cases, has lost touch with the concerns of Saco citizens on some levels. My candidacy to fill the Ward 5 council seat represents an opportunity to put all previous negativity behind us, to bring forth someone who will stop listening to the misguided voices that brought us to this point. If appointed to the council, I will endeavor to work with all of you to promote transparency, to respect due process, and to seek solutions to the city's challenges through independent, critical thinking, leading to collective resolve. In closing, let me say that it is no secret that successful leaders gain wisdom from events of the past, while respectfully acting as productive change agents for the future. Most importantly, successful elected leaders listen to those who elected them. If these are your desired outcomes as well, I'm confident I am the right person to fill the Ward 5 City Council seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil, for the presentation. At this time, we'll get a round of questions from each councilor. And we'll start with Councilor Archer. Any questions, Councilor Archer?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hey, Philip, how's it going?
It's good, Marshall. How are you doing?
Good seeing you. It's actually the first time I think I've seen your face in many years.
There you go.
But my question to you is, throughout this process, I've probably read or heard from about 50 different ward citizens, from Ward 5 specifically. I've also heard people outside the community as well. Why do these 50 people from your ward support you? Publicly, too.
Well, that's a good question, Marshall. I think they support me because they've come to realize what you see is what you get. And I'm a very genuine person. I hold myself to a very high level of honesty, integrity, and professionalism. And I think that has an impression on people, and it really is who I am. So, I guess they can answer for themselves, but that would be my thought on this. I always like to come out of a relationship with people walking away and saying, "Hey, Phil was a pretty decent guy." Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Archer, any other questions? Councilor Purdy, any questions?
No questions.
Thank you. Councilor Gunn, any questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Hatch.
You're welcome.
My first question is really more of a kind of a general question, just to get your sense of things. The relationship between the school board and the council, as you know, can often be a contentious one. After several years of what can honestly be described as less than stellar interaction, relations between our school board and the council have improved significantly. That being said, there's always room for improvement. How do you view the relationship between the bodies, and what policies, if any, should the council pursue in order to improve upon that relationship?
Well, my experience has been that animosity grows when you lose communication, and if we're all in whatever role we're playing here to serve the future success of our city, then we need to find ways to talk about that. And so I would be very, very open to exploring with all of you ways in which we can just communicate better. From a personal standpoint, I've had some interaction with the school department as a citizen. I actually, when you sit down and I'm a face-to-face, let's talk kind of guy. When you sit down and talk to people respectfully, it's amazing the synergies that can come from that. And so I just think it's a little bit of effort to engage each other and think about why we're all here. We're all here to make our city stronger in all aspects, including, and the schools are obviously a very important part of that.
Mr. Mayor, I have another question, if that's okay.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you for indulging me, Mr. Hatch.
Oh, you're welcome.
Let me lose my place here. It's usually I use the screen though, but I use the phone though, because that's, the screen's got to be the screen. So it's
there you go.
COVID will end eventually, and we can to be a little easier.
That's our hope. Yeah. For a face-to-face guy, that's our hope. Yeah.
Knock on wood. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. As you are aware, the need for affordable housing, especially against the backdrop of rising costs on pretty much everything and increased job insecurity, continues to be a need. That being said, and while the recent controversy over the proposed development on Lincoln Street had other factors attached, the pushback against increasing livable space in the downtown and surrounding neighborhoods has been a constant and reoccurring theme for years. What practical steps, if any, should this city, through policy, develop to increase the availability of affordable housing for the people who need it?
Well, that's a very, very complex question. I'll try to answer it as simply as I can, because affordable housing is a very complex issue. And I can come at you from maybe a little different angle, and that's my banking experience. I think we fight the affordable housing issue on a variety of levels. On a national scale, we have a Federal Reserve System committed to artificially low interest rates, which theoretically tries to make things more affordable, but it fuels the euphoria of housing, and prices escalate because supply is low. We have building supply issues that are beyond our control that raise the price of housing. So we've got these costs that are escalating. We got financing that is so low that it's actually fueling some of the challenges. And now, as it's no secret to any of us who live in Maine, we have an out-of-state influence now coming in, and all that's really doing is escalating prices out of the reach of our own children. So it's a real problem. How we get the cost of housing down is a real challenge. Not that it can't be done, but it's a real challenge. It's going to take probably the collective support of state and local government. And I think one other aspect that we ought to think about is what can we do as a community to actually raise the income level of our community so they get a little closer to whatever the affordability measure is today. And again, what can we do in our schools? What can we do in concert with our community colleges? I have a lot of business friends who are struggling to find employees. So, you know, it's a very, very complex problem, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't try to address it. So I don't have a specific answer for you because I don't know there is one. But certainly, I get really concerned about the fact that our own children can't afford to live in our own community, and we have to figure out what we can do about that.
Thank you, Mr. Hatch. Mr. Mayor, that is my questions.
Thank you, Councilor Gunn. Councilor Berman.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Phil.
Hi, Mike. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. It's better on this side than on that side.
Well, you did a great job when you were here, so I'm going to give you kudos for that.
But yeah. So we're coming off of a really contentious rezoning process that I think really damaged the relationship between the city and some of its citizens, especially in your ward.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're selected, I'm wondering how you go about starting to repair that done to heal the relationship between the city and Ward 5 constituents.
Yeah, I think what we need to do, and we're working on it now. When you folks sent the master plan development, back to the planning board, we're trying to we've got 6 months to try to get that thing squared away. I think master plan development is a great tool, but it had so many flaws in it. Just in the way it was structured, the way it was written, the way we interpreted it, the way we thought we needed to apply it. We got to get all of that stuff out of there and refine the document so it works. And if the ordinance works, then we ought to start moving forward with it. But we also have to be cautious about the tail wagging the dog, if you will. We have traffic issues. We have school capacity, structural issues. We got a new school coming, so that's good news. So we got to lay this game plan out. But I think the only problem with the zoning was the fact that we had some weaknesses in the ordinances. And the master plan development was never tested. And when it was, we said, holy moly, we got to fix this thing. And that's what you chose to do. So I hope that if I get on the council, I'm going to be right in there with you, trying to make sure that we can equip ourselves with the appropriate tools to take our city to the next stage of its growth and change, respectful of the existing settlement that's within the city. And it can be done. It can be done.
Thank you. And
You're
if
welcome.
I may, one more.
Yeah.
You made very clear that you're not a one-issue candidate.
That is correct.
I appreciate that. Can you talk about what some of your priorities would be and what you'd hope to accomplish?
Sure.
Have a chance.
Yeah, I'm really interested in opportunities. And I'm ignorant, so I don't know where we are with the new superintendent, but that's an opportunity. Okay, new superintendent, whoever we hire, new lease on life, new school coming. I think that that's something that I'm really interested in making sure that we maximize our benefit out of that situation, because sometimes change like that creates opportunity. And that's what we have to, I think, look for. So that's an area of real interest of mine. There's no secret we have a horrendous traffic problem in parts of our city. We need to resolve that as best we can with the resources that we have. I'm just looking for. I was struck by. I was reading through the budget information as I was trying to get ready here for my potential seat on the council, and it says here to ensure sustainable future growth. We're looking to be best in class city services such as safe neighborhoods, reliable roads, and great schools. And I think there's two of the three right there. And I think we got to get our house in order and solve those issues, I think, before we get on to a full press of growth and development. We can't have the tail wagging the dog. So, Mike, those are the things that I'm really interested in. They're planning, putting together good strategic plans, and good implementation.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Mike.
Councilor McPhail.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Hatch. Thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
Appreciate your letter.
Jody, you're welcome.
Thank you. Just real quick, you have an extensive outreach of volunteering, as you have provided a list of that. I'd like to personally know, how have those efforts in volunteering impacted you, and what have they meant to you?
Well, that's a really good reflective question, Jody. So I'm going to give you a reflective answer. All right. I have had not only these experiences, but I've also had, and they come to mind frequently as I get older, several mentors of mine over my life and my career. And I think the biggest impact that they've had on me is that I feel like, I'm somewhat settled in who I am, and it's my turn to pay it forward. And so all of these experiences that I've tried to share with you, and there are many others, have just got me to a point where I just want to help. I just want to be there, and I want to do good things and walk away from the experience feeling like I left it better than when I started with it. So that's my reflective answer to a reflective question, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All set. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilor Johnston.
Thank you. Councilor Berman actually asked the two questions I was going to.
Well, shame on him. He should have saved one for you.
They were good questions. So I guess just off the top of my head, I'd ask, is there any specific change you would make to current ordinances or city code or charter that comes to your mind right off the top of your head?
I wouldn't feel comfortable making like a specific comment about a specific one. All I know is what I've been experiencing here the last year, and I know that ordinance, that zoning ordinance, needs some work, and it's being done. So I think that's the area. If we can get, the zoning ordinance is such a critical part of where our city will go. And so I think we need effort on tweaking and fine tuning that. And we have a long range planning committee in place that's going to recast that comprehensive plan. So I think those are the areas where at the moment I could sense some possible changes for improvement.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Nate. Thank you.
Okay, that brings us through the council round of questions for applicant Phil Hatch. Phil, thank you for joining us this evening.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for answering the questions. And at this time, we will bring up the next candidate. So thank you very much. Have a great evening. Up next is applicant William Gale.
All right. Can you all hear me?
William, we can hear you. You'll have 7 minutes to give your presentation, and then the council will have the opportunity to ask you questions in the same form that we did with the previous applicant. So with that, you can begin whenever you'd like.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Doyle and councilors. My name is Will Gale, and I'm happy to call 17 Cherryfield Avenue my home. Thank you for your consideration for my appointment as Saco's Ward 5 council member. Civic engagement is in my DNA. My grandmother, an important parental figure and role model in my life, committed herself to local politics. After fighting her way onto city council, she eventually accomplished the mark of being the first female mayor of her town. From a young age, dinner conversations often centered around political issues, large and small, and many of my fondest family dinners were with her and her former council members. My grandmother instilled in me a duty to look after one's neighbors and community. This obviously made a significant impact on me as I went on to earn my degrees in public policy and to commit my career to serving the public by working for state agencies. She taught me that I have a fundamental responsibility to contribute to progressing and improving our community's basic privileges, and that is why I'm here today. First and foremost, I have the time and energy to commit fully to proactively connecting with Ward 5 residents, whether it be hosting regular office hours or walking the ward, greeting new neighbors with diverse perspectives. I will show up for the ward and the city. It is on to have already heard from residents who have proudly lived here for 30 plus years, boast about the parts of our community that have made a mark for them, from raising their children through our amazing school system, to valuing our beautiful old trees, to looking for snowy owls on the beach. There is so much great going on in Saco, and the voices of those who have lived here for generations are important and highly valuable. While growth in a community like Saco is inevitable, I will work every day to honor and respect our longstanding residents and strongly believe maintaining our community spirit, our friendly by nature spirit, must not change. I've also heard some thoughtful concerns from our friends and neighbors that I would look forward to representing as well. I've heard about the concern from growing traffic congestion around the ward, the need for our school children to attend school in person 5 days a week, and the challenges that skyrocketing housing prices bring for current and prospective residents. My vision is to continue to expand and strengthen our trail network and sidewalks, including leveraging the Saco River waterfront, and to ensure our downtown is ready to host visitors this summer. So working together and solving challenging problems is what I do day in and day out. For the past 10 years, I've worked in state transportation doing public policy work. I'm currently the Grants and Policy Administrator at the Northern New England Passenger Rail Authority, a state organization that oversees the Downeaster train. My professional experiences have allowed me to work hand in hand with local governments in obtaining the resources that they need, including crafting policies that address revitalizing downtowns, innovative complete street design, and encouraging economic development. I've had the opportunity to work on a range of projects, from overseeing a mentoring program introducing engineering principles to inner city school children, to securing a $16 million grant for the Downeaster, one benefit of which will potentially provide an additional inbound trip from Saco to Portland on the weekdays. Over and over again, it has been my responsibility to bring together differing voices and find strength in multiple perspectives. From working together with private businesses to finding solutions to ease the impact of regulation, to implementing initiatives passed by the state legislature or Congress, I'm able to overcome challenges by keeping an open mind and creative approach. While I have strong management experience, I have over time also developed critical leadership skills. In the past, I was selected for a multi-year advanced leadership training program that taught me the fundamentals of true leadership, emotional intelligence, checking your ego at the door, effectively communicating, and setting a vision. I've applied these skills not only to work, but also in my volunteer experiences, from being involved with my former neighborhoods association and eventually serving on its board, to last year volunteering as the campaign manager for a state representative in Lincoln County. My family and I decided to move to Saco in Ward 5 because of the reasons that we all do: the neighborhood, the access to nature, a downtown of character, great school system, convenient location, and the list goes on and on. We are very lucky to get to call Saco our home. My wife, a psychologist at Sweetser in Saco, my 4-year-old son, who plans to start in Saco's pre-K in the fall, our dog Mabel, and I are elated to be living in Ward 5, surrounded by amazing neighbors. My wife grew up in Belfast, and when we decided to settle in Southern Maine, we were looking for an economically diverse community that offered a New England downtown and a great school system. So Saco was the obvious option. I'm a father who's excited to raise my family here, and I will invest in this community to make it a place where all residents are proud to live. Finally, I can only end by acknowledging that the pandemic has impacted our community in devastating ways, some of which we haven't even fully realized. Impacts on health, local businesses, families, mental health, and child development are likely impacts that we will be confronted with for years. Though I'm optimistic that federal funding opportunities will help boost our community, we need our council to have an energy, innovative, and forethought to address long-lasting impacts of this devastation. I'm committed to that difficult process. Despite this challenge, I promise to bring that same sense of duty and commitment that my grandmother infused in me all those years ago. In summary, I have a lot to offer Ward 5. I hope that this introduction highlights my fresh energy, my perspective, excitement, drive, hardworking nature, and passion for this role. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you all have.
Thank you, William, for your presentation. And at this time, I'll open it up to the councilors for questions. Councilor Archer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So again, when I did this last, Councilor Berman will know I tend to ask the same question because I tried to get for fairness. Unfortunately, I looked at my records, cursory search. I didn't see any public letters of support from, I didn't receive anything, so I can't ask the exact same question that I was intending, but what would specifically citizens of your ward, because we're chosen to represent our people, our ward, what would they say about you? Again, unfortunately, I didn't get anything to start trying to get a story. So I really need you to present that information, unfortunately, or fortunately.
Sure. Thank you, Councilor. I appreciate that question. You know, I think, I think probably what I've heard from my neighbors and in terms of just kind of, being out and walking and introducing myself to the folks around Cherryfield Avenue. And unfortunately, with COVID, it's kind of difficult to meet people face to face, just wanting to respect everybody's own approach to things. But I think what they would say and what folks, colleagues would say is that I'm someone who's very reasonable and am open to listening. Obviously, I think that in my work and from my experiences, listening is one of the most valuable traits that a leader has, especially as a council person. That is one of the the top issues, right? We want to hear from residents and act on what they have to say because we're representing them, right? So, I mean, I think that would probably be the biggest trait, is one that I listen. Definitely, in terms of my background, they would probably say that I've got the knowledge and experience just from my decade of public service, that I know how state, federal, and local bureaucracy works, and am able to navigate that well and bring a different perspective. And I guess lastly, just to be frank, yes, I haven't lived here as long as others, but while some may think that's a downside, I kind of think that it brings a fresh perspective, maybe a different vision of how Saco and the ward can look, especially as a young family here. I think also that, frankly, just putting in my name after living here for such a short time just kind of further shows my commitment to the ward, something that I'm very passionate about and something that I'm eager to participate in.
Thank you.
Councilor Purdy.
No questions. Thank you.
Councilor Gunn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Gale. I have a couple questions. Let's see. The first one is a repeat of the question I asked Mr. Hatch, so I'll ask you. As we're all aware, the need for affordable housing, especially against the backdrop of rising costs on pretty much everything and increased job security, continues to be a need. That said, and while the recent controversy over the proposed development on Lincoln Street had other factors attached, the pushback against increasing livable space in the downtown and the surrounding neighborhoods has been a constant and recurring theme for years. What practical steps, if any, should this city, through policy, develop to increase the availability of affordable housing for the people who need it?
Well, thank you, Councilor. Yes, obviously that's a big question, an important one. And I think obviously as we move into the future, one that's only going to continue to be an issue everywhere, not only in this ward, but in all wards. So, you know, I think affordable housing is a big issue, and one that there's no silver bullet, otherwise we would have done it. But in terms of policy, I do think, you know, looking at not only looking at how we can help with partnering with the development community and partnering using leveraging more, or I guess leveraging public facilities, public spaces, if there's ways that we can look at revitalizing or repurposing structures that haven't been that have been, I guess, not dilapidated, but run down, or just being innovative in our approach and how we look at repurposing existing buildings and how through the code we can facilitate that, and looking at different kind of mixed use opportunities for denser housing that we can that are opportunities for that area, I guess.
Oh, thank you. And let's see here. My other question was, let's see here. Just be a second. Sorry.
No problem.
Over the last several years, Saco has slowly but with success been able to increase its business footprint. Examples being Ready Seafood in my ward, a nearly full industrial park, and the soon-to-be redevelopment of the old Public Works and City Garage. How do you envision Saco's continued economic growth, and what priorities should the city pursue in seeing that development to fruition?
Well, that's a good question. I think when we look at economic growth in the future, I think we also need to look at it as a way, frankly, to also help with affordable housing. But, you know, looking at our economy in the next 10 years, I do think it is going to look different than our economy has looked in the past 5 to 10 years. So is Saco, are we able to provide the types of office environments that are going to be needed in the future, that are going to be desired by businesses? You know, I think it's going to be challenging, but I think there's also obviously opportunities. So as we look for economic development opportunities, I think two things. One, you know, as Portland and the greater Portland area expand, and as Boston continues to expand and our neighbors to the south, frankly, it seems like where we have industrial zoned parcels, I think it would be good to have distribution centers as companies are looking for ways to deliver goods and freight. So I think that's one opportunity that Saco has, just given the unique location and nature of where we're at. We can't really be you can't beat location, right? Location, location, location. And so where we're at, I think provides a unique opportunity for that. And I guess I would also just continue to emphasize that the commercial retail space is going to be changing. And so how do we look at that and the existing buildings and footprints, and how do we leverage that into attracting businesses that have a different model than what was originally there?
Thank you, Mr. Gale. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor McPhail.
Is Councilor Burnham all set?
My apologies, Councilor Berman.
I'll go in any order. It doesn't matter. Mr. Gale, thanks so much for being here. It's I know what it's like to sit where you're sitting. It's not a lot of fun. So thanks for stepping up and doing it. Just a couple of questions, and I'm wondering if you could talk about kind of what you think some of the most critical issues facing Ward 5 or maybe Saco as a whole are right now.
Well, I think, frankly, Ward 5's got a couple critical issues. I think one, as we've heard about and we've all experienced over the last couple months, years, has been the reestablishing trust in not only the council, but also in Councilor. I mean, unfortunately, I think it's unfortunate that we are in this position to begin with, regardless of who is in this spot. But I do think that reestablishing trust and communication with folks is important. I think the other thing that I've heard from our neighbors, and these two things are kind of interrelated in terms of the young school and school construction and the resulting traffic impacts. A lot of folks around here, despite what we've done on 112, I think that there's still a lot of concern with traffic. And from the folks that I've talked to in our neighborhood, that's certainly one of the things that come next year, and then with the build out of a new school, which is fantastic, is something that needs to be communicated and mitigated as we move forward with that.
Yeah, thank you. And then now, what would you hope to accomplish if you're given this seat? What would you hope to accomplish in the limited time you have? Sure.
Well, I think one of my kind of big priorities, I guess, would be to continue to maintain our mill rate, not increase that, but also be able to provide the types of services that we and all the residents rely on. I guess the other kind of big priority for me, and one where I think that I could be a unique perspective and offer some insight on in terms of really leveraging the amount of federal funding that's available. I mean, we're in an unprecedented time right now where the feds are providing an opportunity to help relieve some of the municipal strains on budgets, as we're currently seeing right now and for the rest of this council's agenda today and on March 22nd. There have been significant and there's been cuts to the capital budget. And so there's tough decisions that need to be made. And so one of the priorities for me is looking at how do we leverage the available funding from the feds to help backfill some of these important and critical projects as we move forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Councilor McPhail.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Will.
Good
Glad
evening.
you're here.
Yes, thank you, Councilor.
So you gave a couple ideas, but could you give a little more detail and some additional volunteer work that you've done in your communities and what they have meant to you?
Sure. So, again, it's in a different, obviously it's in a different community, but one of the big things in prior to my wife and I moving up to Maine, we lived in Baltimore for a number of years, and being a part of the Fells Prospect Community Association was a fantastic opportunity to do a lot of volunteer work, not only with that community association, but also with the city. One of the great things about Baltimore is that it is a city made up of neighborhoods. And so it was very fun to interact and learn from others, hear and experience, get to meet people. One of the fun events that it may be kind of hard to translate here, but one of the great events that we did was a dumpster day. And so we worked with the city to provide a dumpster, and essentially a call to all residents, hey, there's a dumpster, bring everything that you can't throw away, utilize the dumpster instead of keeping it out in the alleys or out in the streets. And again, I guess the main takeaway from that type of participation is just engaging and meeting folks, talking to folks. It's a fantastic opportunity to really hear from people and make new friends, frankly. I mean, it was a really great experience.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilor Johnston.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Gale. First off, thank you for stepping forward and being new to this community. It's definitely a big thing to do, to come forward and not be necessarily well known, and obviously that shows your desire to be part of this community. So I've been on council for roughly 8 years now. When I started, I was about 30 years old. My daughter was less than a year. I want to say 6 months or so. My son wasn't born yet. And over that 8 years, it's been a significant sacrifice. And so my question for you is, do you understand the time commitment? Does your family support you? And it sounds like an easy question, but like I said, I mean, I think of, my own personal sacrifices that, I continue to put being on council. And I guess, the reason I'm asking it is because I'm hoping to find, a candidate that's really committed to the Ward 5 and recognize that, hey, things might come up. It's going to be time commitments, and I'm hoping, you'll be here until the end of this term, and not necessarily, have to resign or whatnot. And I'm hoping that you'd be committed to run again when this term is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Yeah, that's a great and fair question. Yes, I think first of all, the first person I talked to after seeing the posting a month ago was my wife, and we had this conversation in depth about the time commitment, frankly. And obviously she has my support. That's why I'm here today. But one thing going into this is that I do understand that time commitment. I do understand that it's not just the city council meetings, right? It's committee work. It's other obligations. So that's one thing I'm definitely aware, understand, in my role in the past and currently, I am deeply familiar with the amount of work city councilors do formally, right? But also it's really important, and one of my highest priorities, frankly, is to put in that additional work to be available 24/7 to residents and constituents. And I noted that in my opening, but I also, I do want to underline that aspect of it, is that I have the time, I have the energy, and I am committed to hearing and proactively working with folks and the residents, hearing from them, being out in the community. And that's something that is important to me personally, but also I view as critically important in the role as well. But I do understand, and I'm sure it's taken a lot of time from you as well. But I come in that with my eyes wide open. Yes, thank you though for that question.
Thank you.
Thank you. That completes the question rounds. Mr. Gale, thank you for your presentation again, and thank you for going through the round of questioning. And at this time, we will bring forward the next applicant. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Up next, we will hear from the next applicant, Jennifer Day.
Good evening, and I'm going to start this with a cliche question. Can you all hear me? Is my mic on? Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Doyle and councilors. My name is Jennifer Day, and I'm going to not use my full 7 minutes because I do appreciate the time that you have for items on your agenda this evening. I see there are 7 departments presenting for budget, and you got a long evening ahead. I'm all too familiar with what budget season and the time restraints or the time demands of being on council represent. So again, my name is Jennifer Day. I reside in Ward 5 on 49 Rosewood. I live with my husband, Jason, and our daughter, Jasmine, who is a sophomore at Thornton Academy. And I have a son who I'm very proud to say has successfully launched and is fully self-sufficient. So I'll take that as an accomplishment that I didn't include in my resume. I'm going to share with you a bit about who I am, because I do recognize that I'm not a familiar face to the members of the council. And you're in a really tough position of choosing someone to serve alongside you and represent a ward. And of the candidates, there are 2 whom you don't have a great depth of familiarity with. I'm first going to quote a mentor friend of mine who, in recognizing that he wasn't from an area, came up with this wonderful statement. I couldn't control where I was born. That was up to my parents. But as soon as I fell in love with Saco, I got here as quickly as I could. And that is how my family feels. And that's how I feel about our choice of moving to Saco. We moved to Saco in fall of 2019 and proceeded to get involved as quickly as we could. We made connections with Thornton Academy, were approved to become a homestay family, welcomed an international student into our home, and began taking part in many of the wonderful events that Saco has on its book of events annually. Unfortunately, COVID hit. And as soon as that happened, our ability to reach out and connect with folks became infinitely more burdened. My husband took to running down every street in Saco so he could learn his way throughout the community. And as of March 21st, he has completed on foot running every single street in your city. So if your Public Works Department ever needs a consult, I'm sure that he can tell you where every pothole is in town and where every sidewalk might need to be repaired. I grew up in Central Maine. I am one of 11 children of a blended family. Unfortunately, by the time I was 9 years old, my father had been widowed twice. And by the time I was 10, I was in a combined family with 11 children. Through that experience, I learned a couple of valuable things. One is how to work well with others, how to pull my weight, but also the value of community. Our family was faced with more than its share of adverse childhood experiences that were burdened on me. And if it were not for the support and the embracing of the community around me, I can wholeheartedly say my outcome would have been very different. So that is where my value of community first became entrenched in me. I attended a Quaker private high school, where again, community was the essence of everything that we learned and how we were interconnected with each other, and through mutual respect and shared leadership, we would influence and improve our experiences as a whole. I attended college in Maine at the benefit of having a work-study program and scholarship, again, being supported by the community around me to advance me to succeed and to move forward. I take none of those opportunities lightly and have lived my life by the philosophy that anything I can do to make an experience better for someone else, and any hand I can extend to lift someone up and bring them to the table, I'm committed to do. I'm going to jump ahead to my services that I have participated in. As my resume indicates, I had the good fortune of serving in the city of Augusta, where we just relocated from, in both a school board capacity and a council capacity. Fortunately for me, I got on council the old-fashioned way, and I ran an election and knocked on doors and didn't have to sit at 8 o'clock at night in front of councilors introducing myself for the very first time and trying to pitch all of my merits in a time-ticking format. It is a question that's been bounced around. What might you change to the charter if you had any suggestions? And this process is one of those things. I think a special election to be held to fill the vacancy at its earliest opportunity is the right thing to do. I was chosen to my first term on council through a special election, running against 2 other candidates, and the parallels of 3 candidates vying for a vacancy is similar, but the experience is completely different. So that is something that I would recommend making change. What do I think the role of a counselor is the most important role? I believe that counselors are stewards, and they are stewards of the infrastructure of the community they serve. The infrastructure being not only the utility infrastructure, the streets, the waters, the sewerways, but the human infrastructure. And that includes education, wellness, nutrition, health and well-being. I also believe that counselors are the stewards of the financial resources that the community entrusts you with through their contribution in tax dollars. And that also is a task that should not be taken lightly. And lastly, I think that counselors are the stewards of the charter and the founding documents that that govern how the city is run, and that there is an accountability and a diligence to maintain those charters and amend to keep them current with what the expectations and the demands are in their roles and for the benefit of their city that they serve. With that being said, I look forward to hearing your questions, and I'm 22 seconds under.
Thank you, Jennifer, for your presentation and being here tonight. At this time, we'll open it up to council questions. Councilor Archer.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Jen, how's it going?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good, doing well. Again, so I'm going to ask that same question again. I did look at my cursory search, so I mean, I may have missed over something, but I have received 2 comments or emails of support. Unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, but I don't think they were from your ward. One of the ladies that was today, I know her, but I don't know if she moved to your ward or not, but it is a letter of recommendation. And then it was your past Augusta city administrator. Was that correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So great. I'm glad I'm starting to get more information in. Information helps me make decisions. But I didn't hear anything from your ward, specifically citizens from your ward. So I'm going to ask that same question. It's modified from the first one who had a lot of responses. What would your citizens say about you? Or how about this? Because I'm going to modify it a little bit because I can do this. What did your past citizens of your ward up in Augusta say about you?
Sure, thank you. And thank you for reframing it to make it more pertinent to answer. So in my past position, I represented the city at large. So our council has 4 wards that are represented, or the city is divided into a quadrant. So there are 4 wards and there are 4 representatives that represent at large. So they need to have the nomination of the entire district or the entire city. Our threshold for being on the ballot is much higher. I had to have 150 signatures for nomination. And then I was up against 2 other candidates. So I had to get the majority of the votes in the 4 wards. I think that what my constituents, or what I know they would say about me, is that I'm always approachable. I believe in inviting everybody to the table. And I don't believe that decisions should be made singularly or in a representation of a small pocket of voices. I would go out of my way to find the people that were least likely to be engaged and invite them into conversation. I maintained a separate phone line. I can't promise that I would do that here, but I maintained a landline that was specific for constituent calls with the recorder, and I returned the calls religiously. I think that my constituents would know that I'm accessible, but also that I'm a part of the community, that they would see me places, they would see me involved, they would see me volunteering. Unfortunately, I do have a health issue that has held me back during COVID from being engaged in a more one-on-one situation. But I'm on to my second vaccination next week, and I can't wait to be exposing myself more and getting to know all of the faces on a closer level.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Purdy.
No questions.
Thank you. Councilor Gunn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Day. Of the three applicants speaking this evening, you are unique in having experience both as a school board member and having served on a city council. And it brings back to an older question I had. The relationship between the school board and the council, as you know from experience, can often be a contentious one. After several years of what can honestly be described as less than stellar interaction between the bodies, relations between the school board and the council have improved significantly. That being said, there's always room for improvement. How do you view the relationship between the bodies, and what policies, if any, should the council pursue in order to improve upon that relationship?
Excellent, thank you. So I believe in the autonomy of the school board to make the decisions or to govern the school district based on the information that's presented to them in terms of empowering their superintendent and the superintendent thereby empowering his administrators in his buildings. I will say, though, that the need for a cohesive and a mutually respectful relationship between council and school board is crucial. While I was on school board, we had some upheavals. I can say that all of the nuances and the headlines that I've been reading and hearing on the street in regards to what Saco is experiencing between the school board or the superintendent or things within the community, they're not unique. Unfortunately, Maine is a very small town when it comes to experiences and hearing stories from town to town. We implemented a joint governance committee. So it added another committee that members of both the city council and the school board represented on. They met quarterly, and they would speak to the issues that were important to the school board, as well as things that the city council would be aware of. So the school board was able to, with their chair and two members and the mayor and two members of the city council, come together and talk about an unexpected finance issue, an unexpected staffing issue. We had a crisis with not being able to get enough substitute teachers and having to figure out how to not cancel days of school. I recognize that just took place here last week, COVID related or COVID impacted, but how could the city council help the school board be in a position to attract more subs? We had situations of a lot of it was around budget, but a lot of it was around PR. We recognized that the city was in a PR crisis, where the headlines going into the newspapers on a regular basis were speaking ill of dynamics on the school board or administrators in the building, or issues that were taking place within administration or buildings in the city council. So collectively, we worked on unifying and finding a way to identify positive messaging and highlighting the things that were valued in our community, as opposed to letting our community be defined by the dysfunction that seemed to be rising up. So I think the communication between the two parties and creating some sort of shared committee that takes mutual ownership of the good and the bad and works to clear that messaging.
Thank you. And my second question is, over the last several years, Saco has slowly but with success been able to increase its business footprint. Examples being Ready Seafood in my ward, Ward 3, a nearly full industrial park, and the soon-to-be redevelopment of our old public works and city garage. How do you envision Saco's continued economic growth, and what priorities should the city pursue, if any, in seeing that development to fruition?
So one of my, and I'm gonna answer this, getting in something that I want to share as well as answering your question. So one of my concerns since I've come to Saco has been with, I'm going to use the word infrastructure, but it's capacity. How to increase capacity for accommodating work or accommodating new growth. I'm terribly aware of the concerns that exist around the wastewater treatment, and I'm glad that that's something that is being heavily focused on. I think our water supply is something else that I have a concern with. Not to say something that sounds critical, but I noticed by the end of August that our water smell changes, our public water supply, and it means we're getting closer to the bottom of the river, or there's more organic happening within the bottom of the river. So I think about what we have for resources and how to attract businesses that will complement expanding those resources and optimizing those resources. I would love to see more green initiative come in. I would love to see, and I think that the jobs around green energy and green expansion are going to be huge. I know a lot of young folks, my son and his sphere of friends, who are very focused on environmental concerns, and many that are going into environmental engineering and environmental science career tracks. I think in order to keep them engaged and to tap into those resources, we should be looking at business and industry that can expand that out. And I think there's definitely room for that in the Saco area. We have one of the unique opportunities of being close to the river, close to the ocean, close to the woods. Let's tap into how we put those resources into a return on investment for the city.
Thank you, Ms. Day, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Berman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thanks, Jen, for being here and coming through this process. Really appreciate it. Yeah, so I'm wondering if you can talk about what you think some of the most critical issues facing either Saco or Ward 5 are right now.
So there are a few. I think infrastructure, I'm going to keep going back to that. That sort of sets the tone for what we can do in terms of expansion. And I know as the development went back to planning board, the concerns were, is there ability for the traffic to absorb that level? Is there the capacity for the wastewater and the public water to absorb such a development? So I think that we really need to focus on the infrastructure piece and build out capacity. Can the schools absorb more people coming in? So to be a little field of dreams and cliche, if we build it, then we have the opportunity to invite people to come. I'm concerned with affordable housing. Being a realtor for 25 years and having sat on several boards and committees around housing, it's definitely a crisis. We're an affordability crisis. I think some of that can be levied, hopefully, by being able to have more housing starts, but that's not going to happen until the cost of materials comes down. I'm not sure what we can do to influence the cost of materials being reduced. Is there an opportunity to push the state at the state level to increase resources coming across the Canadian border? We've lost a huge amount of supply in lumber, in prefab windows, and in all of that sort of industry coming across the Canadian border. COVID related, but how can we open the borders safely to have more of that coming in and out? I think one of my first council meetings that I spoke at as a public comment was in opposition to increasing the requirements on fire suppression in new construction that was being built with homes with wells and septic, recognizing that I have seen that add $8,000 to $15,000 worth of extra cost in the construction process at a time when we really couldn't afford to have new construction cost anymore. So it really can come down to $10,000 or $15,000 being the deciding factor as to whether or not someone can afford a home or can't afford to be homed. So I think housing resources, those are amongst the things that I'm very concerned with. I also think that meaningful engagement is a concern in Ward 5. I am inspired by the undercurrent of passion that I hear within the ward. I think anytime there's a rumbling of thunder, it means that there's going to be a change in temperature. Something's going to shift. And there is an undercurrent in this ward. I think that to harness it appropriately so that it's meaningful and it can then be the energy that's going to fuel change. So I don't believe in ever dismissing someone in their ideas and their commitments. I think that you need to find ways to get people involved and help guide the process.
Yeah, thank you. And do you have a top thing or two you'd hope to accomplish in your time on council?
I'm going to say this and you're all instantly going to go, nope, not going to get my vote. I think there needs to be a charter review. I think that, and in my past capacity on city council, mentioning that would make our legal counsel get very nervous and the councilors get very nervous when we brought up the idea of a charter commission. Within our charter, we had a 10-year requirement. Every 10 years it needed to be reviewed. And it only makes sense that the way we're making decisions now is different than the way decisions were made 50, 100, 150 years ago. Whoever would imagine when the charter was written that you'd be doing your meetings by Zoom. So to have this process where we're each interviewing to be appointed to a position in this capacity, it just really doesn't feel organic at all. So I think that there's definitely room for charter revisions. I've heard rumblings that there are some revisions that will be going out to the vote in June, and I look forward to seeing what those are. So I think that would be my change that I might suggest.
Thank you. Having sat through the process, I agree. It's certainly suboptimal. All right, thank you.
It is.
Councilor McPhail.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Ms. Day. How are you? Thanks for
Good, how are
being
you?
here.
Thank
Great.
you.
One of the advantages of being last is you get a feel for the questions. One of the things that you stated in your introduction, which I appreciated, was that councilors being stewards. So along the same line of my previous question to the other two is, we're also stewards of the community and a face to all residents. Can you please describe a couple more details or in detail some additional volunteer efforts that you've done in your previous community and what they meant to you and how they impacted you?
Sure. So as I referenced before, I feel a deep gratitude and also a deep level of indebtedness to the opportunities that have allowed me to have the life that I have. So I
The stream
look
lost
for
connection.
meaningful ways to.
Right in the middle of her thing, the stream is gone.
Do we know what happened? Can anybody hear me?
We can hear you, Jen. Just
Okay.
wait one moment. I'm trying to
Sure.
see the discussion here. So it looks like Zoom is fine. It looks like we're restarting the Facebook Live. Bear with us one moment here. I'm sure we'll get a thumbs up when we're ready to resume. Okay, we are ready to resume. Facebook stream is back and Zoom is back, so we're ready to go. Ms. Day, my apologies for having to interject there. And Councilor McPhail, apologies as you're trying to ask a question. Ms. Day, do you need the question repeated, or would you like to start from where you were, or
I think I'm okay. I think I can start. Yeah.
Okay.
So I look for ways to give back in ways that brought me to the opportunities that have led to the successes that I have. As a young child, I was given the opportunity to participate in one of the first Head Start programs in the state of Maine. It made a world of difference for me. I went on to serve for 13 years on the board of directors for Head Start for Southern Maine Child Development Center and SKCDC, 7 years as the president of their board of directors. I started, let me just see, I Big Brothers Big Sisters. They were a mentoring program. I served on their board of directors. I served on sexual assault crisis and counseling as a volunteer celebrity waiter and one of the major fundraisers for the event multiple years in a row. I served on the chair for the Maine French Heritage Language Program, their major fundraising springtime in Paris that sustained the program. I've served on the Governor's Child Care Advisory, appointed by Governor Baldacci to serve as a parent liaison to help identify the needs of working parents in affordable child care. I served on my school's PTO, school's PTC. I spent 9 years working for the Maine Parent Federation as a parent involvement coordinator. When I was in school, I struggled with a learning disability, and I recognized how outside of my learning pocket I often felt. And then returning to the school as a parent, I didn't know that I was as welcome in the school as I should have felt. So I worked to create workshops to increase parent involvement in the school, letting them know that there's a seat for every child and their parents are welcome to the table as well. So I probably volunteer in normal times between 10 and 15 hours a week. And then I recognize the time constraints or the time demands that being on council holds as well. Serving on council in Augusta, I served on multiple committees and attended other meetings that were relevant to what we would be discussing. Having Zoom, that's where Zoom is a benefit, that you can attend meetings without necessarily having to be out of the house every evening. So I wholeheartedly believe in community engagement.
Great. Thank you so much. All set, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Johnston.
I have no questions. Just thank you for, throwing your hat into the ring.
Thank you, Councilor Johnston, and thank you, Jennifer, for being here tonight and for your presentation and for
And if I could just have one closing remark, if the council does not see fit to seat me alongside of you to represent Ward 5, I would sincerely like to invite each of you to reach out to me, get to know me, and see if there's ways that you see me best fit to help serve the community, whether that be by a mayoral appointment to another serving committee, or if it happens to be in a fundraising capacity or an event or something of that nature, because I really cannot wait to be a part of the ongoing sustainability and thriving of Saco.
Thank you for that. With that, we are going to bid you good night and for a little bit, and we'll go through the process of discussion and motions. Council, that brings us to item 3 and 4, which is council discussion and motions. This was the somewhat difficult part that we encountered back in December when we were trying to go through discussions. And so at this point, I'll leave it open to the councilors. We have 2 hands raised, Councilor Gunn and then Councilor Johnston. Councilor Gunn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to start by making a motion.
Councilor Gunn.
Thank you. Be it ordered that the City Council appoint Jennifer Day as the Ward 5 councilor with terms starting on April 12, 2021 and ending on December 5th, 2022 as per City Charter Section 2.6, Section C, Paragraph 2.
Motion's been made by Councilor Gunn to bring forward Jennifer Day's name for recommendation for appointment. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Purdy has seconded for discussion. It's now open for discussion. Councilor Gunn.
I'd simply like to say that, first of all, I'd like to thank all three of the candidates who have spoken tonight. But out of all the three candidates, we're asking somebody to step into the city council a couple of weeks already into the budget process. And learning curve to being a city councilor is not that easy to begin with, let alone going into the time of year where it really, the rubber hits the road, though, in terms of our actions and our responsibilities in terms of making sure the financial well-being of the city is taken care of. Out of all three candidates, like I mentioned briefly in one of my questions, Ms. Day has the experience of being both on this side of the dais as well as being a school board member. So her knowledge of what goes into this situation is ahead of the other two candidates. And I think as a practical matter, since we are looking to fill this position that was unexpectedly vacated, I think it would behoove us to put the most experienced person in there. If this, we are in a situation where we don't have a special election. We have a situation where the only 6 voters are us. And the previous council left it that way. And if the previous council had wanted to change it, they could have done a charter commission or asked the former city administrator to fix that, but we haven't. And this is the situation that we're in. And while I'm not a fan of it, this is the situation that we were dealt with. And just looking at the resumes and looking at the choice is ours. I am treating this like a job interview. And if this was a job interview, and we're looking for the 3 out of the 3 people that have the practical experience to do the job, Ms. Day is the obvious choice. So I would endorse her selection as our next Ward 5 City Councilor. And I hope you would join me in doing the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gunn. Councilor Johnston.
Thank you. Well, while I would agree with Councilor Gunn that I do believe that Ms. Day is highly qualified, I believe really all 3 applicants are highly qualified. As I expressed last December, I'm not a fan of this process. I don't think any of us are, but during that process, I used the same fundamental thinking that I would apply here, which is I had I'd say about 15 people reach out to me and supported, now Councilor Berman. That's how I chose to move forward, because while we may be in the position where this is our choice, I don't view it as our choice. It's really, we should be putting who the people of Ward 5 have chosen by their input in this process for a councilor. And that's overwhelmingly been Mr. Hatch. Whether we agree or not, I think it's in the best interest of Ward 5 to move forward with healing, because really that's what needs to take place here. And I believe that is who this appointment should be. And I would make a motion to amend that Mr. Hatch be appointed as Ward 5 City Councilor with a term starting on April 12th, 2021 and ending on December 5th, 2022, as per City Charter Section 2.06C, Item 2.
Councilor Johnston has made a motion to amend, has made an amendment to replace Jennifer Day's name with applicant Philip Hatch's name for the same term. Is there a second to the amendment?
Second.
Second by Councilor Archer. Any discussion on amendment, replacing the name? Councilor Johnston, you have your hand up. Is that from before?
Yeah, it's from before.
Thank you. Councilor Archer, then Councilor Berman. Councilor Archer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually see both Councilor Guns. I actually do see it that way. We have 3 qualified individuals, but I also see Councilor Johnson's, and I actually lean more to this way, where I saw all the outreach of the citizens. Again, they sent many emails to the council, so all of us received the same emails in these cases, so we've been able to read it. I'm seeing this and considering these as by proxy votes. Again, we are, because of our charter, and I do believe it's flawed and needs to get changed immediately. These are by proxy votes. And in what I read and what I saw, and again, I'm just using estimates because many emails and all that, is I saw somewhere in the realm of 50 emails come in. Not everyone was from the ward. So, but 40-ish, yes. And I see 0 and 0 because I didn't see any for one of the candidates. And I did see 2 from another candidate, but they weren't from the ward. So the way I'm looking at this is that the people have spoken, and these are people that have been feeling and actively have been engaged in our government because they haven't been heard. And this is just another one of these things that if we do not take the consideration of these by proxy votes, we will not be hearing again. So again, I do agree that the Councilor Gund and his presentation of the information is correct. But this isn't a job in which for employment. It is a job in which you are picked by your people. And in that case, I am going to go with the 40 or so by proxy votes against 0 to 0. So that's why I am in support of Councilor Johnston's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Archer. Councilor Berman, then Councilor Purdy, and then Councilor Gunn. Councilor Berman.
Earlier, I said it was better on this side than on the other side. I am rapidly changing my mind. This is a terrible process for everybody involved. And I think we have 3 highly qualified candidates, and I really want to thank them all for stepping up. It is not easy to do. They bring different strengths. They bring valuable strengths. They bring different perspectives. And I would happily vote yes for any of them. I also think we've heard really well articulated the 2 overarching issues. We have one candidate who's had prior experience on council and on school board and brings a wealth of expertise and other ways of doing things, some of which may be improvements on our own. And on the other hand, we have a candidate who brings overwhelming public support from the ward at a time when the relationship between that ward and the city and council are really at a nadir, are really low and suffering, and healing is needed. It's a really difficult choice, and I think we need to, as soon as we can, solve this problem. But I just really want to thank all 3 candidates for putting their names in the hat and being involved in this, and we have a difficult choice ahead of us.
Thank you, Councilor Berman. Councilor Purdy.
Thank you. I'd just like to thank all 3 candidates as well. This is not an easy thing to go through. I can only imagine on that side. I know it's not easy on this side. Not to repeat, I don't want to continually repeat what's been said before, but we've got one candidate who has the experience on school board and city council, which I would value greatly. And we also have the candidate that has gotten an overwhelming amount of support by letters and emails to council and in public comment. This is a very difficult decision. My overarching, or my hope is to heal a lot of the divides that have been created in the city over some issues over the last several months. So I will be supporting Councilor Johnston's amendment, but I just want all 3 candidates to realize that everybody has presented themselves well and is more than qualified, and I really appreciate your interest in serving on the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Purdy. Any further discussion? So we have to vote on the amendment first. The amendment is to replace Jennifer Day's name. That was the motion put forward by Councilor Gunn and seconded by Councilor Purdy, to amend that to Councilor, excuse me, to applicant Philip Hatch, made by Councilor Johnston, seconded by Councilor Archer. Any discussion on the amendment to the motion? On the amendment only. On the amendment, roll call vote. Councilor Archer?
Aye.
Councilor Purdy?
Yes.
Councilor Gunn?
No.
Councilor Berman?
Yes.
Councilor McPhail?
Yes.
And Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1 to amend. That puts back to the main motion as amended. Main motion as amended. Any discussion? So the motion has been amended for applicant Philip Hatch to be put in for the remainder of the term. Any discussion? Roll call vote on the main motion as amended. Councilor Archer?
Aye.
Councilor Purdy?
Yes.
Councilor Gunn?
No.
Councilor Berman?
Yes.
Councilor McPhail?
Yes.
Councilor Johnston?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-1 to appoint Philip Hatch to the city council for the remainder of the term as defined in the motion as, bear with me as I scroll through the pages, starting on April 12th and ending on December 5th, as per city charter section 206C2. Congratulations to Philip Hatch for being appointed. Again, thank you to all the candidates that put themselves in the arena and are going through the process. With that said, moving on to the next item of the agenda, which is what was item C, now item E, and that is one reading Goosefare Brook compensation fee utilization plan, and that is Councilor Purdy.
Thank you. The Goosefare Brook was designated by the Maine Department of Environmental Protection as an urban impaired stream in 2004. In 2006, the MDEP approved the original compensation fee utilization plan for Goosefare Brook. Projects subject to the MDEP urban impaired stream standard are required to provide all necessary stormwater management controls for the site, as well as contribute financially to the CFUP. Money collected in the CFUP is programmed specifically for the implementation of other stormwater improvement projects within the impaired watershed. In 2016, the Goosefare Brook Watershed Management Plan was completed, which contained recommendations for implementations of stormwater best management practices throughout the watershed. The purpose for amending the CFUP is to formally incorporate the recommendations of the 2016 Goosefare Brook Watershed Management Plan and expand the eligible BMPs that can be funded by the CFUP. Be it ordered that the City Council endorses the adoption of the amended Goosefare Brook CFUP dated February 11th, 2021.
Motion's been made by Councilor Purdy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor McPhail. Discussion? No discussion. I roll call vote. Councilor Archer?
Yes, with this discussion, I'll also be leaving for the day. I am on vacation, but I wanted to get all the voting items done. So yes.
Thank you. Councilor Purdy,
Yes.
Councilor Gunn,
Yes.
Councilor Berman,
Yes.
Councilor McPhail,
Yes.
Councilor Johnson.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. That brings us to item, what was item D and now is item F of the agenda, and that is department budget presentations. We have 7 on the agenda tonight: Parks and Recreation, Information Technology, City Clerk, Public Works and Capital, Finance, Fire Department, and Assessing. And we'll begin with Parks and Recreation. And Director Summer will be promoted to join us.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. If you wouldn't mind bringing Erica Doobie forward too, I would appreciate that.
Thank you.
And if I could get the shared screen. Do you folks all see Amelia?
We can see your screen share.
Perfect. So I'd like to thank the council for allowing us to have a brief few moments to discuss our budget. It was exciting to watch the last 2+ hours and the 3 candidates, and I'd like to at least tip my hat to those 3 candidates who put their name in the hat, and congratulations to Mr. Hatch for being the new Ward 5 candidate. We will begin with the fiscal year 2022 Parks and Recreation budget. As we move forward. So we break it up into 4 categories. The Parks and Recreation Department oversees 673 acres. As well, we maintain about 153 acres inside the city. We have roughly about 1 million trees that we oversee. And an department that is extremely small when it comes to numbers. During this year, the pandemic year, one of the programs that we did with a lot of help with a lot of volunteers was serve 4,340 meals to the seniors. And that does not include the one we just did of another 250. So we're roughly about 4,600. And by the time we are done, we'll be well over 5,000 meals that we have served in the last year. We made over 600 wellness checks when the pandemic started to where we are now. Some of the things that increased during the pandemic was definitely the use of our outside facilities, the trail systems. But some of the things that decreased in the pandemic was obviously the amount of participants we could have in our programs. We were the only recreation department in York County to offer a summer camp in 2020. We had a very small number, but we were enthusiastic that we were the only one that were able to do it. And as the hybrid learning program came to fruition with the school year, we took on another role to also help promote remote learning. And the 342 hours is what we spend with one child through the course of the school year program. So again, this is not normal for what we've done, especially the last 4 lines, but it's something we have done with the pandemic as we move forward.
When we look back on our story of the last year, it really has been one centered around innovation, creativity, and commitment. As Ryan said, enrollments to our program were smaller this year to meet group gathering restrictions and focus on our safety and offering quality recreation opportunities. Some programs were not able to be offered at all in consideration of COVID-19. That would include like any travel programs like basketball, our theater program, and many of our seniority programs. Despite all this, we still managed to offer over 198 activities to our community since last July, and that number continues to grow. We're actually now at 233 activities that we've offered since July of last year, with the addition of our spring and summer activities. So what this number includes is youth and adult sports, senior programs, family events, classes, camps, and childcare services, which really only puts us down about 21% from what a normal year's number of activities would look like if you compare like time periods. In a year of uncertainty, we've certainly demonstrated that we are a critical part of the community infrastructure. And I'd like to tell you a little bit more about how we were here to support the COVID-19 response services for Saco. One of these ways was childcare. As Ryan said, we offered a summer camp and we were the only one to do so last year in New York County. We also modified our Schools Out program to be a full-time school year program, which was built to run 5 days a week, full-time, complementing the hybrid school schedule. This is a help to our working families in our community and currently available in two communities in Saco and Dayton amongst 4 locations for the various age groups. When you think of our staff in these programs, they truly are frontline workers. They receive training throughout the year on social emotional learning, substance abuse and the opioid crisis, behavioral support, childhood trauma, diversity, inclusion, and equality, and more. We also find ourselves supporting education initiatives in our programs this year, even more than we typically do. As Ryan said, we incorporated remote learning into all of our programs for Schools Out. We've gotten feedback to it from our families. As we see on the screen, we have a quote from one of our families, and we hear this over and over. Many people would not know what to do if they didn't have access to this through our department this year. In addition, we're looking forward to planning our Summer Camp 2021 program, aligned with the plans that the school department is currently putting together with their hopes to offer a robust summer learning program. So we're working closely with them to make sure that our camp locations and schedules align with making sure that that can work together. We were a community resource and support service this year. We offered informational resources online and in our seniority newsletter. As Ryan said, we made over 600 wellness phone checks between our department staff, as well as members of the police department supported that initiative. We were the COVID-19 resource hotline operator during the first parts of the stay-at-home order. The meal program has certainly been a staple program that we offered this year. The number that you see, 4,340 meals, is through March, and we had a meal serving in April, and also upcoming meals in May and June. This program received a significant amount of support through donations, sponsorships, and most recently also received a CARES mini grant, which was awarded this month. Our department also found ways to support mental health for our citizens in this community. In some of the early stay-at-home parts of the pandemic, outdoor recreation was really one of the most safest recommended activities that you could do. And through our department, we provide access to 143 acres of green space, 6 major parks, 8 neighborhood parks, 5 pocket parks, 3 beaches, and 12 trail systems that are all maintained by our Parks Division. We also completed several parks projects like the Riverwalk upgrade, renovations to several neighborhood parks with playgrounds, which will also include more coming up this year. And we added, in collaboration with Dyer Library, a story walk at Cascade Falls. And then another feature is just the access to childcare for our working families. So that's just one thing that they didn't have to worry about looking for. And lastly, we were here to be thoughtful about our reopening plans and ensure a safe return to recreation programs, as well as offering new ones that met the guidelines. We spent many hours developing new protocols for COVID-19 prevention, health screening. This was incorporated for every program that we offered this year, following all of the current guidelines from the Maine Department of Economic and Community Development. We also partnered with the facilities department to ensure that our cleaning protocols for our facility and equipment were up to date for all COVID safety standards. And in this way, we really met a public safety requirement to ensure our programs were offered in that manner.
As we move into the budget side of it, the community center's budget, Parks and Recreation budget for fiscal year 2022 is up roughly 2.7% with just over $50,000. And with that being said, the two major benefits or increases are staffing, which is up 1.2%, and the what I call the actual operating budget, what we actually spend outside of staffing, is up 1.5%. But in those categories, really, it comes down to three aspects. One is, as we come back into our summer camp, the field trips in fiscal year 2021 was cut drastically because of COVID, to a tune of, we spent roughly about $70,000 a year in field trips. It was cut down to about 10,000 last year. And so one of the biggest budget increases is bringing back half of the field trip money as we plan on going on field trips this summer. The other two big line items that increases was a newly established line item called trees. Right now, there is nothing in the budget, the city budget. If we cut down a tree, there is no replanting trees. So we put in about $5,000 to replant trees as well as to fertilize the trees on Main Street. And the third budget line increase of about $4,000 was because of bringing back senior programs and the field trips and the activities that we have with the seniors as we begin to open up that aspect of it. And that really is the three major line items that are increases in what we classify as the operational line items for the Parks and Recreation Department. As we begin to reopen recreation, we resume programs that were postponed from last year. Not just youth programs, but also seniority programs. We are bringing back the theater program that we had grown to such a great level 2 years ago, but very much a modified number. As we begin to move forward into the 2021 pandemic aspect for us, we will slowly begin to walk into the new, as we classify, the new chapter of the Parks and Recreation Department, which will go back to about 50 to 75% occupancy as we slowly get back to the 100% without diving into a chaos world for us. Some of the Parks Division projects that we're looking to do is the Boothby Park Playground renovation. That it will be really the fourth neighborhood park that we will begin to redo. The completion of Cascade Falls Bridge, which has gone out to the RFP today. And the hope that we can expand parks. As we know that beautification is important, we struggle to maintain programs for our parks because of the reduced numbers that we've seen over the last couple of years. Which leads perfectly into my service enhancement request. For the last couple of years, we've been running a parks department of roughly 6.5 full-time personnel. One of those is a split shift between recreation and parks. She's been pretty much parks this whole time this year because of the lack of numbers. Last year, I came to council asking for 2 new positions. And because I wasn't able to offer a full-time position last year, I lost the one seasonal position that I had who went on to become a full-time position. So really, I was down 2 guys last year. I'm down 1 more this year. And really, we're at the point now where we're just stretched thin to maintain not just the parks, but the beaches. We empty trash through all our parks and trail systems, trying to take care of the trails. We're at the point now where we're really beginning to struggle to even just maintain what we're trying to offer with the 5.5 positions that I have. And really, we know beautification is what people see, but if you don't maintain it, you never really get to beautify it. But by adding 1 position, it doesn't take me to the level of where I need to be, but it is a step closer to where I can begin to maintain the beautification of the city land and not just maintain it. As well, by bringing this position on, it will support Public Works and Director Fox, as it would be somebody that he could use in the sidewalk plow during snowstorms as we move forward. So really what I'm asking for the service enhancement portion of this person is the Parks and Recreation Department is looking to bring in two seasonal line items that I have for seasonal employees, which I have had an ad out since pretty much December, but really the last 3 years, and have not been able to fill it. So I'm going to use roughly $39,313 out of the seasonal line items to cover his salary. And what I'm asking councilors to do is cover the health benefits and retirement that would be paid by the city employee. The problem, if this position doesn't get meet, we begin to really sacrifice what's important. We'll struggle to keep maintaining the pump stations. We'll struggle to keep maintaining ball fields. We'll have one mower that goes from North Saco to the beach. We'll send out one staff instead of two to do hand mowing and weed whacking, which again we can, but it's not the safest way we go at it. But more importantly, because of the pandemic and coming out of it, we have outside groups that are just knocking on our doors to utilize these fields, like Saco Bay Lacrosse, Saco Girls and Boys Little League, Saco Soccer Club, Junior Trojans, AAU Sports, that we're really at, again, the cusp of beginning to fall behind. So my goal is that the council would approve this one position for this year to be able to bring the seasonal line item down, put it into a label line item of $39,000, but also be able to fund the $15,000 for the benefit package of the one position, with the hope that we can continue to build these positions up, as the seasonal staff line is something that really has come, the seasonal staff line hasn't been able to produce the people we had hoped that it would produce. That is the Parks and Recreation presentation. If there are any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Thank you, Director Summer. Thank you, Deputy Director Dubey, for your presentation and being here this evening. It seems we have a couple of questions, and we'll start with Councilor McPhail, then Councilor Johnston. Councilor McPhail.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ryan and Erica. First off, I personally would like to thank you guys for all of the meal programs this summer and the whole year. As a volunteer with them, to see the smile on our residents' faces, the interaction just goes way and above. So Ryan, my question in regard to the position, is this just from seasonal to year round, or is it the amount of hours per week as well? So is there going to be more opportunity for that person to be out the number of hours per week?
So the seasonal position that we had is they can work 1,456 hours a year. So that seasonal position still works a 40-hour position, and it's usually a 9-month position. The problem with it, we can't find anybody, because really people are looking for the benefit side of the world and not so much the pay, because the pay really isn't that much different. You're going from $17 to maybe $18.75. So, you know, the pay isn't huge, but it's the benefits, it's the vacation, it's the sick time, it's knowing that you're protected. And right now it's just not a seasoned world. You know, people are looking for the full-time positions. Again, for the 3 years I've been here, I haven't been able to hire a seasonal position for parks since I've been here. I've been lucky enough the last couple of years to have one that's kind of hung around hoping for a full-time position to open up. When nothing did, he finally just went off to get a full-time position somewhere else.
So was that for the 9 months, was that a 40-hour a week position, or how many?
It was a 40-hour week position, yes.
Okay, so during the summer months, there's really no additional increase as far as the time being worked. It's being to extend it out. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McPhail. Councilor Johnston.
Thank you. Not so much a question, more just a statement. I mean, I think that, you know, Director Summers and Deputy Director Dubey do a phenomenal job with Parks and Rec. Really, through this, you know, COVID pandemic, it's been really the shining light, in my personal opinion, for the city. It's been a great, you know, resource for people to fall back on. You know, as several of you have heard for several years now, I've consistently advocated for the maintenance and beautification and expansion of our parks. It's really one of the unique things that people love about Saco. I think that as we've seen, this is really a small ask for a growing community, and it has been needed for quite some time. And I think if we were to actually look back at what our staffing levels used to be, it was higher. So really, we're just bringing back up Parks and Rec to where they previously were several years ago. So I fully support this, and I have already asked that this service enhancement be added along with Councilor Berman. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Johnston. Councilor Berman.
Yeah, thanks. I agree with everything Councilor Johnston just said. And I also just wanted maybe Director Summer to clarify, maybe an answer to Councilor McPhail's question also, that the seasonal position has gone unfilled, right? So although the hours during those 9 months may be the same, the likelihood of finding someone to work those hours is slim. And so we're actually getting somebody who can do that work by transitioning to the line and adding the benefits package. Is that right?
That is correct. So that position has been unfilled since October of last year. Again, we have tried, or that one position of the seasonal we had last year, but again, I came to council last year asking for 2 other positions to really bring us up to what I felt was needed in this Parks Department as we begin to take on more land, more trails, more access to create better infrastructure. Right now, people have asked me to take on trails, and I'm really hesitant because I just can't. I don't have the manpower to go after them. So it becomes tough. Bringing on new land for parks. Ross Ridge was hard last year, just to even get it onto the cycle. Even though it's a 2-acre parcel, it still takes about 4-hour man time once a week to get down there, and that's just we just don't have the manpower to do it. So those positions are becoming unfilled now. They haven't been filled for some time. And to go back with Councilor Johnson, 10 years ago, we were actually running a 10-man staff, 5 full-time, 5 seasonals. Right now, I'm running a 5.5-man staff, trying to maintain more land than we were 10 years ago. We're just falling behind. And it becomes just a snowball effect. If you don't begin to maintain it the way, everything just begins to slip. And then you're going to start spending money on everything else. So really, we're just trying to get back to maintaining what we have right now.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. City Administrator Canarath.
Thank you. Just a reminder, so this service enhancement request was not included in my budget, so it will require an amendment from, I heard Councilor Berman and Councilor Johnston both voice support. So if one of you or could get that amendment into Glennis for drafting, that would be the best way to pursue this.
She's already drafted the amendment and sent it to
great.
Council.
Excellent.
So Director Summer, I'm looking at page 118, Parks and Recreation Budget Overview in the budget book. And I'm looking at also online, you're looking for a service enhancement request of about $15,000. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so I have a couple of questions, and maybe you can answer them. Maybe it's not answerable, but it's just worth a note. You're projecting that you're going to hit in the upcoming next fiscal year, you're going to hit $46,005. And I understand that was the projection in the fiscal year 2021 budget as well. Obviously, that was not able to happen because of COVID. And I think we all understand that. But in all likelihood, do we realistically think that we're going to be able to make the revenue projections of $1,046,005 in the next fiscal year, given that I don't know where we're going to be sort of, we're all hoping and doing our best that COVID is defeated and we move beyond that and we start opening up. But just realistically, how solid is that number?
So I'll start with
the projection.
This way.
Sorry.
So for fiscal year 2021, I'll start here. The hope is that I won't hit the $1 million. I'll be honest with you there, because of COVID. But what this department has done has pulled back drastically because we knew we weren't going to hit the number. With summer camp coming off as strong as it is on the first day, we've had about 65 registrations on the first day out of 350. So we're about 25% there already. And that doesn't include the theater camp and so forth. That what we're pulled back, I will be close to $850,000 to $900,000 with the money that we have not spent. And if summer camp pulls like I think it will, I will be close to the $1 million or the $900,000. I will honestly tell you, Mr. Mayor, that if the summer camp comes like it is this year, after the bell will not be 100% of last what it was in 2019, 2020, when we were seeing 300 plus kids a day. But with the school going back to 5 days a week, kids are going to need service. We might be at 75% beginning in the fall. And if we are at 75% occupancy with participants in our programs, not only will we meet the $1 million, we'll break it. We'll be beyond the $1 million based on all our programs coming back on.
Thank
So
you.
unless COVID takes a major turn in the next 6 months, I honestly believe we will hit the $1 million.
Thank you for that. And I'm just looking under the expense in the category maintenance / part. I'm looking at the fiscal year 2017 spent 36, fiscal year 2018 spent 65,000. That is roughly in change. Fiscal year 2019 was 53,000. Fiscal year 2020 was 57,000. Current fiscal year budgeted was 52.9, but we're at 31.9. And then the projection or maintenance of effort for next year is actually a 24% increase to 65,965. Would it make more sense to bring that number down to 50,000 because that tracks along with similar previous years, and then that 15,000 can be used to fund the parks maintainer position that you want without a service enhancement request?
If I may ask again, what was the budget number line?
I'm looking at the budget overview. I'm not looking at the specific line, but the overview is maintenance / parts. It's under expense. It's about the 5th one down on page 118 of the budget book.
Mr. Mayor, I do not have that in front of me, so if I may get back to you on that, because I don't want to answer the question improperly.
Okay.
So if you're talking, so when you talk, I have temporary seasonal, the 5th one down, I'm assuming it's my seasonal wage line, correct?
No, so on page 118, you have the Parks and Rec budget overview. So I'm not looking at the actual line for line. I'm just looking at the overview. And under expense, the top portion, you have, I don't know, 10 or 11 categories. And one of the categories is what I'm guessing is maintenance / parts. And that's kind of what I'm looking at. And I'm seeing an increase there that might be able to fund the position without a service enhancement request. And should you need, in the future, if parts come up as an issue or maintenance comes up as an issue, then it might be a budget amendment that can happen later on rather than a service enhancement request that happens today.
I understand. Yes, I understand what you're saying. Again, I don't have that budget line in front of me. I'll have to, I apologize. I don't have the packet in front of me for the packet, for the agenda that you guys have. When you talk about line 118, I'll have to dig deeper and I'll get back to you on that, Mr. Mayor, if I could.
I don't know if you can see this. This is the page. I don't think you can see it, but it's page 118, not line 118, but it's okay. You can maybe answer it in another online in the question section for everyone to see the answer.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions? Finance Director Salas, thank you for joining us. Thank you for stepping up. and raising your hand, please feel free to provide us some information.
Hi, yes, thank you. I'm just, as a support to Director Summer, the maintenance parts line is composed of 6 individual lines. The one that's had the most significant increase that's driving that that increase of 17,000 is the building repairs and maintenance line. Director Summer, from my memory, I think you moved some funds from the fuel line, the heating fuel line, which had been over budgeted in the past, into this line to support some needed maintenance items for the coming fiscal year.
That's correct. We did reduce the fuel line by $5,000 to enhance also the building maintenance of this and 12 School Street if it needs it.
So I think our challenge is, having acquired the 12 School Street property and the fact that we are keeping it for the foreseeable, for the interim, certainly for this fiscal year. That's why the repairs and maintenance line is a little bit higher, but that increase is funded with a reduction elsewhere within the line items.
Thank you, Finance Director Sykes. Any other questions for Director Summer, Deputy Director Dubey, or Finance Director Salas? Okay. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. Thank you very much for your presentation. Have a great evening. I believe that brings us to information and technology. I think Director Maya Pinero will be joining us. Director Pinero, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. This year has been an amazing test of procedures, policies, and capabilities of the City of Saco IT department. We've had to rapidly adapt to the evolving environment and make changes to support the new reality we face. My team have been amazing throughout the year, and I'd like to highlight what we have been able to accomplish. This past fiscal year, we have supported 200 computer workstations used by 222 users. Each person having varying different needs and levels of computer skills. Joe Lambert, network engineer, has finished the logical changes to our network of over 80 devices, and Henry Pelletier, our systems engineer, has ensured that over 30 servers are kept at the best shape possible. During the year, we experienced 0.01% of network disruption. This equates to about 52 minutes of unavailable service over the 8,760 hours that are in a year. That's no small feat for sure. In the beginning of August, we moved forward with the implementation of the Center for Information Security Controls, which are a prioritized set of actions to protect the organization and data from known and unknown, sometimes, cyber attack vectors. We've managed to complete 51 of the 171 controls. The next major push for next year is to add an additional 50 controls. In that same month, we worked with the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency to add a filtering service that neutralized over 4,500 malicious events. 227 of those events were considered high threats that could have resulted in major incident for the City of Saco. 5 of those events were from command and control servers, which were likely hosting some sort of ransomware. This service was offered to us for free. Similar service through ACOE would have cost the city about $15,000. So we're heavily utilizing federal funds and Homeland Security to supplement a lot of technology. They have a lot of programs coming out this year that we're looking to either add, improve, or move forward with. So what has happened this year? We took this opportunity to move forward with several projects. We've migrated our file servers, improving file restoration speeds, confidentiality, and integrity of our files. We've replaced our boundary protection, so basically our firewall, with an enterprise solution that allows us for more granular control. We've done wireless improvements throughout the city. There are still some locations that we need to go and move the access points around, but for the most part, we've gotten much better throughput through wireless. A big thing was the beginning of COVID, we had to find a new way to support our users. We brought in a remote management software. This software has allowed us to respond to anyone wherever they are. If they're at home, if they're on vacation or at a campground and working, we can help them out with any sort of issue. Using that software, we've gotten our patching compliance to 99%. Effectively, we're mitigating countless security vulnerabilities by ensuring we have a very high patch management program going. One big thing that we've tried to accomplish this year is automating trivial and repeated tasks. That's going well. Henry's working on a lot of different scripts that just restart services when they go down so that we're not getting user interruptions. As you all know, MFA was implemented this year. I don't think it's caused much disruption to anyone. We implemented it fully about 2 months ago. We've already seen 12 potential business email compromise events that were mitigated by adding that. The next thing we're looking at, we've started to implement, is single sign-on. So one of our biggest issues for employees was the number of different username and passwords. So now we're moving to a single sign-on using their City of Saco email with their two-factor authentication on as many services as we can. That's going really well. Henry's every day comes in to my office saying, "Hey, try this service now." And sure enough, I get my easy login. Support requests have been trending up this year, the year before. There's a couple things that are with that. You know, we're seeing a lot more remote users. That's kind of pushing tickets up. The other thing is the implementation of SSO and MFA are causing some problems, but not a ton. Even though we have more tickets than we have in the last 2 years, we're still able to get those tickets resolved within 2 hours. Our mean time to repair is down 45% from the last year. Our ticket count is up 25%. All right, so here's the IT budget. There's a few things you may notice. We did some line item adjustments this year. There were essentially 3 lines that were kind of utilized for hardware purchases that we would hit like the end of it and need another 25 cents, $2 out of another account. So our PO process was kind of cumbersome. So what I've done is I've taken anything that had to do with the purchase or replacement or maintenance of hardware, computers, monitors, anything like that. We've just put it and consolidated into one line. The next thing we're looking at, one of our, my SER is for the 24/7, 365 Security Operations Center. I'll go over that later. And then we're looking at email for all employees. Now that's an internally funded SER. What we were able to do is renegotiate our cloud backup service. We cut that by about $4,000 and are able to cover all of the additional email licenses that we're going to need. So our projects for this year, we're going to continue pushing SSO. We're trying to get that to pretty much all of our systems. We're pushing to get more of the CIS controls. There's some in there that we just can't afford to do, and we're gonna kind of look at some other way or method to complete those tasks. I talked about the logical network change. We're doing the physical network change this year, so we're updating all of our core switches. That's completed. Our next is all of our outside of the primary location switching gear. We're looking to move towards a new help desk that gives us more awareness of what's going on. It integrates with our remote management software. So when a service goes down on a computer, a ticket is automatically generated. We can probably get to it before the user even notices anything happens. We're looking at more enhanced work from home capabilities. We already have this service in place, but not everyone has a laptop that they can take home. So we're looking at how can we get those users into their computer here from their personal computer, tablet, whatever they do have, and then adding more automation. If we're doing it more than 5 times a week, my goal is to automate that process. We're looking at evaluating more of our software to consolidate, and that comes up to the next line of our SER. Last year, in the previous years, we've done security awareness training with as many staff that would attend. We didn't get to do that this year, but we're really looking at adding an in-person event. Henry is working on creating in-house videos for training. Some of the training modules that we have currently available to us, we don't necessarily think that they're helping the user. Other things, some of you may have seen the know before test fish emails. We want to make those more of a learning event if they're clicking on an email, and we want to make sure that they're learning from that experience. Decreasing MTTR, we actually want to decrease that to 1 hour, not 2, not 3. And then decrease our first contact to under 1 hour. We want to make sure that we're getting to the user as quickly as possible to mitigating the issues. So our service enhancement request is for CrowdStrike Falcon Complete. A recent publication by CISA pointed out that the median cost for a security incident for the public sector is about $132,000. The Verizon data breach investigation report had 21,239 reported incidents for the public sector, with 20,751 of those incidents within the sector being categorized as large. CrowdStrike will be used to replace multiple items. You can see that in the budget. We're looking at replacing Sophos, Intercept X, EDR, and Tyler Detect with a single software. It provides the city with a 24/7, 365 incident response and automated remediation team. A year ago, our AV vendor was sold to a venture capitalist company, and with that, we've seen a decrease in support, slow responses, difficulty making contact, and getting actual file analysis done for us. The city of Saco has a relentless and aggressive pursuit to maintain the appropriate cyber posture. I hate saying it that way, but unfortunately, that's the parlance these days. We're working to ensure that we have stacked the deck, left a boom, or in the prevention space to ensure the continuity of business. Thank you for having me tonight, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Director Pinero, for your presentation and for being here again tonight. With that, are there any questions from council? Hearing no questions, Director Pinero, thank you for joining us and have a great evening.
My pleasure. Thank you.
We will now hear from Michelle Hughes, the city clerk.
Good evening, everyone. Just give me a moment and I will get my screen shared here.
City Clerk Hughes, thank you for joining us this evening.
So since the beginning of the fiscal year, this is just a sampling of the things that have been going on in the office. Under the elections department, we were quite busy with petition signatures this year for the CMP petition that was going around and will be on the November 22 ballot. We also had quite a few voter registration updates between the July election and the November election, a little over 3,800 of those. And on the licensing, we had close to 1,400 online dog licensing. It's a little bit more than we normally have because the state normally opens it up from October 15th and then closes it down at the end of January. But due to COVID, they've kept it open until the beginning of June. So we've seen a little bit of increase on that. And we're up to about 755 various licenses and permits right now. That includes business registrations, victular licenses, different permits like that. Under the records, we've had to date 26 Freedom of Access Act requests, and we've recorded 102 birth records, 138 marriage records, and 195 death records. The General Assistance Department has been quite busy as well. They've been processing applications. They're at 82 as of March 26, and they've serviced over 346 people. For the achievements for this year, one of the things that we were having an issue with was with the licensing. We have to circulate the licensing through various departments. And at times, we weren't quite sure what would happen to a license because it wouldn't come back to the office. It would start circulating, and then we weren't quite sure which department it got held up in. So we implemented more efficient tracking controls this year, so we know exactly where those licenses are at all times, and it's making it much more easier for our department, and we're able to issue licenses in a more timely manner. We had a July 14th election, which was actually supposed to be our June election, but due to COVID, it was postponed. This was for a state primary, the school board, and a budget validation referendum election. As you can see, most of the people participated by absentee voters. There was 3,183 absentee ballots out of 4,029 voters. We moved then on to applying for a grant, which we received $7,440 for COVID response grant. And this was from the Center of Tech and Civic Life. And we used this for the November election to help buy supplies for additional staffing and to set up the temporary polling place that we had at Thornton Academy on election day. Then we collaborated with the program manager coordinator, Mary Starr, for the tax work-off program. She was instrumental in securing the work-off participants to help us out for election day, doing the absentee ballot and processing. They were upstairs in the auditorium working issuing ballots, as well as downstairs in the conference room mailing out ballots. And they also assisted us just before the election with the early absentee ballot processing. This was a tremendous help for the office, and it also helped the program out quite a bit because the train station was closed down this year, and a lot of the participants didn't have a way to do their normal program. So it was a win-win for both of us. The November election, we had record turnout. Over 10,000 absentee ballots were issued. And there was total voters of 12,767 for a 74% turnout. For our department right now, we have a full-time equivalent of 3 employees. Myself, the clerk, and the deputy clerk are full-time. We have an assistant clerk and a deputy registrar who work on an as-needed basis. And we also have a general assistance administrator who works 3 days a week for 4 hours a day. So she does a total of 12 hours for the week. Our budget went down roughly 3.84% from last year. So we're at a total of $343,619. One of the things that I do want to note is under the revenues, there is a significant change there. It's a drop of 61,000, and that is because the motor vehicle fees were being credited to the clerk's office because they were listed as clerk's fees when actually they should be under the finance department. So you will note that there is a big decrease there. Some of the things that we're going to be working on this year, we plan to go through all the ordinances that we have on the books right now and to make sure that anything that pertains to the clerk functions, that they reflect the current standards. The other thing that we want to focus on is we have a genealogy reference handbook that we put out in 2013, and it's been quite a few years now. So we're going to go back through that, update that book, and also update the website. So both of those available for the residents. The next thing that we want to do for a goal is in our vital records, we have this huge card file that covers the records from 1963 to 2019. And what we want to do is to set up an electronic database and to start entering those cards in there so that we can use that card file for the voter registration department, because we're kind of running out of room in that area and stuff. So we're hoping to get 75% of that completed for this year. That's our goal anyway. If we do more, that would be great. But that's what we have for a goal. And the last thing is I want to look into creating a standard operating procedures manual for the General Assistance Department. Right now, we really don't have anything. We have like a piece of a document here that tells you how to do this, this function, and it's not a very good tool. So what I want to do is just to create a complete manual so that anybody stepping in that position will know how to work around in the Munis program, to look up their budgets, to know how to do reports and various things like that. And we want to include on that how to do the state reporting so that it will be more efficient down the road. I have one service enhancement request this year, and that's under contracted services for the new tabulating equipment. We were supposed to have new equipment back at the end of 2019. That didn't happen. What we've been doing is getting extensions on contracts through the state. And now that the November election is over, they're looking at issuing an RFP this spring for new tabulating equipment. They won't know the actual cost until early fall. So they've advised that we should be budgeting about $700 per unit. And this equipment would be needed for the June 22 election, because that election is where we would have ranked choice voting. And whenever we have ranked choice voting, the state doesn't allow us to program our municipal election on the same USB sticks as their elections and stuff. So this would cost roughly $4,900. And if it's not funded through the budget, then it would have to be funded through the contingency, which is usually intended for unplanned expenses. And that concludes my budget presentation. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Clerk Hughes, for your presentation. At this time, are there any questions from city councilors? No questions. Clerk Hughes, thank you very much again for your presentation. Have a great evening.
You as well. Thank you.
Up next, we will hear from Public Works as well as the capital projects. Director Fox, I believe, is being promoted. Director Fox, thank you for joining us this evening. Welcome.
Thank you. I hope you can see the Public Works Department title page.
We can see your screen share.
And it does change slides, hopefully for you too. So, okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors. I know you have a long evening. I'm going to try to, there's a lot of data within the Public Works Department. I'm going to keep it very high level, and we will dive in wherever you would like or at a later session. But for now, just a budget overview. At budget time for us, it's always the what would we like versus what could we afford. I try to weave in, if there is money we can move around to address service enhancements within our core budget, we do. But as you know, this is a maintenance of effort budget. So really the numbers you see before you is really just to keep doing what we're doing today and put nothing more than contractual or obligatory increases in the maintenance of effort budget. You can see here, there's a lot of different languages at budget time. You've got line items, you've got different service categories within your budget book. But for the citizens and for conversations, I really try to break what we do here at Public Works into the 6 program areas that you see here. I won't go over the statistics. We've accomplished a lot this year within all of them. Obviously, facility-based projects were heavily COVID related. I think facilities division will stay in a whole new realm of HVAC equipment and cleaning protocols for quite some time. A lot of public outreach related to recycling contamination. Those fees grew considerably during COVID times, just from people being home most of the time and working from home. It just changed the waste stream and how people were disposing of goods. So we put a lot of hours into community outreach, and we reached 500 individual homes and helped them become better recyclers and help the city as a whole. This is the same budget breakdown you see in your book. Our expenses don't vary a lot year to year. Typically, what will hit our budget hard or the actuals from the previous year would be a mild or a severe winter can lead to a change of $100,000 higher or lower than what we expect. And another area would be if a program is changed or added to. Years back, there was Paving was added to our operating budget instead of capital. So that obviously was a significant bump that 1 year and then remained flat after that. I always try to boil down where did the money, we went up 1.8% in the maintenance of effort budget. And really it can all account for most of it. 90% of that number is within these three items. So you've got personnel increases, trash and recycling collection and disposal contracts. So that's our contracts to collect at curbside, went up 2%. And the amount that we're throwing away is increasing as the community grows at EcoMaine. So we pay more for more tonnage, but also more per ton each year. That goes up by the CPI each year. Challenges, you're not going to see a lot in here for enhancements. I would say the biggest challenges facing our current resources are the growth and changing use of public infrastructure, sidewalks, traffic signals, trying to process more vehicles, greater MS4 permit requirements. You saw a little bit of that tonight with us trying to address the CFUP plan and how do we use different funding mechanisms to all of the inspection, maintenance, and reporting basically falls on us at the local level when you're an MS4 community, and those regulations are only getting more stringent and requiring more of us as a department and as a community. In-year service requests, we'll touch on this again, but I think that's one of the most difficult things as you as counselors get presented with questions or requests for services. It takes a long time for us to align a new service or to grow a service. Say a sidewalk plow, for instance. We can't just start plowing more sidewalks. It takes 6 months to a year to really get the staffing, to purchase the equipment and line that up, and even to go out and remove obstructions from sidewalks that have never been plowed, stone walls, overhanging mailboxes, signposts. So there's a lot to go into enhancing or providing a new service. So now's the time to think a year or two ahead in some cases of what we want to enhance or change for the services we offer. And rising costs of materials and lack of contractor availability. Anybody who's tried to do any home improvements in the last year has felt that, and we're no different. Contractors are very busy, materials are hard to come by, and the ones you do come by are getting more expensive. But we're still able to stretch and do more. We have an incredible staff right now. We do worry in the future of how long will we be able to bring in people to do this work. It does get harder and harder to recruit and compete with the private sector for the services we provide. Couple major projects that you've seen a little bit of, you'll see more of in the coming year would be the citywide LED streetlight conversion. We're opening that bid in another week or so. That project will save us a lot of money in the long term. Is not a large expense or factoring into the 22 budget. We will be able to save enough to pay for it, and we can make a lease payment within our capital program to buy out and retrofit the existing lighting. So that's a long-term benefit that'll help us for years to come. We have over 60 projects planned with our in-house staff related to drainage, sidewalk, curb improvements. We are continually, you see all the work Denise Clavette is doing with TIF funds, and we're incorporating those into our capital plans and projects. Better and better. I think we've come a long way in the last year of just integrating that and using those to help keep the mill rate and capital costs down on the general fund. Changing use of public services, trash, recycling, and I would say pedestrian activities are our big kind of unknowns as far as they changed a lot during COVID, and I anticipate that some of those changes will remain permanent as people work from home and people utilize the public amenities that we have more now that they've realized what they are and how they can get to them. And coordination of the multiple projects on Route 112 will be a considerable effort in the coming year. I don't think any major construction will happen related to 112 in FY22, but we have to be set up for FY23 and 24 when it will. So we are going to go into capital afterwards, but for the Public Works operating budget, we're settled into our nice new home here. We appreciate the community providing this new Public Works facility to us. So we promised greater efficiencies, and we're certainly seeing those in our fleet maintenance. So we tried in every place that we could to keep the budget down, flat, low, and consistent, despite all the growth that we're seeing right now. So we don't have any service enhancements at this time. You heard from Parks and Rec. I do think that one of the reasons we were able to not ask for any staffing changes is, in hopes that we do gain that additional winter help position if that Parks and Rec position is funded full time. So that would be a huge help to the Public Works Department as well. To be able to bring somebody on, we really have no redundancy or backup during a snowstorm. Everybody is out and occupying a primary service. So if nothing else, to have somebody to step in when someone's out, or to slightly expand some of our services like sidewalk plowing or get to parking lots quicker, or some of the other things that we hear requests for. So with that, I will pause and take questions on Public Works operation budget before we move into capital.
Any questions, Council, on the operations budget? Director Fox, I don't see any hands raised and nobody seeking recognition. Let's continue on to the capital projects.
Sounds good. I don't blame you at 10 p.m. I'll run through the first part of the capital plan, and Glennis will take over with some of the in-depth finances and numbers. So these presentations are online. I'm not going to run through a lot of the numbers of what we have for assets, but it is important when you plan out this capital planning year to year that you just take inventory of just how much stuff we do have. We have over $250 million worth of assets that we need to replace, take care of, maintain. The sooner we replace them or rehabilitate them, the less you see in operating costs. And that certainly has come to one of the reasons our operating budget has stayed flat, is because we pave our roads and it makes it easier to plow them, sand and salt, and keep people moving. So you do see benefits to funding this capital plan in your operating budgets. You'll see in the budget book a FY22 to FY26. We always provide a 5-year capital plan. The summary page can look a bit confusing, but it really is the place that kind of gives you an idea to look at how much are we utilizing the general fund versus other funding mechanisms such as TIFs, fees, grants. You might want to look at, are we replacing assets or are we expanding them? Are we looking to rehabilitate them versus replacement? So we try to keep track of what portions of the plan are going, and they do vary year to year. There are years where we're heavy on rehabilitation versus replacement, but eventually you do have to replace any asset that we do have. And the capital plan, much like we do on operating, we try to put these things into relatable sort of buckets or funding areas. So we have facilities, utilities will be anything from IT infrastructure, traffic signals, all of our sewer and drain system. And then the grounds would be mostly Parks and Rec maintained areas, but also the beaches included in grounds. And then ROW is just right of way. So it's your sidewalks, curb, signage, any large right of way infrastructure. So the FY22 capital plan, we all know that that's often one of the last items settled on the final night of the budget is what's going into the capital plan. So on the left side of your screen, you will see our annual general fund These are, rather than name every $10,000 or more project that we're going to do with a 6 or 8 page capital plan, over the last 3 or 4 years, we've broken it down into these areas. So under facilities, you'll see interior finishes, exterior finishes, HVAC systems. And we try to put forward a number that we feel we can do small capital projects within those headings on multiple systems across multiple buildings. And it also gives a little bit of flexibility so that if maybe we did have a $20,000 improvement planned at City Hall, but if all of a sudden the police station HVAC system or the air conditioning system will not start up in the spring, we've got that flexibility to get the necessary repairs done on that. So these have not been fully funded for the last few years. They are fully funded in your maintenance of effort budget at $785,000. And I think it is time to do that. The last couple of years, I've said we could defer some of those, but we've done that at least 2 years in a row since establishing what these should be funded at. So those balances are dwindling, the needs are increasing. It would be nice to get those back up to levels where we can do the right project at the right time versus be in crisis mode and paying emergency services to contractors. The one-time projects to the right of your screen are not supported in the current maintenance of effort budget. And I did highlight the top 2 projects on that list. I have a feeling that, to be forthright, I have a feeling that we're going to have to address those 2 projects, whether we do it now in the budget or we try to drain our annual funds that are on the left to try to get them done. I don't know that the police station AC system is even going to function as soon as we get to warm weather. And the citywide key scan system that is used to get in and out of city buildings with a card, the fire department is on the old system that no longer has any support left for the software. It's an end of life for that computer system. So police, fire, and IT can certainly speak more in depth to those projects if people want to add them in or need to know more about that to look at that. Other projects on that include the teen center, the School Street building, which has also been talked about for other uses, adding a bay at a Parks and Rec storage garage, police camera system, vehicle and body cameras, and then we are replacing a fire truck this year, but it has 20-year-old equipment on it. So rather than take 20-year-old support equipment from the old fire truck to the new, it would cost $110,000 to replace that 20-year-old equipment. So that list of $540,000, if you do find room and to put some of these back in as we move forward through the rest of the budget process, that's what those projects are. Just a visualization of the summary table that I talked about before. This, you'll also see it's just what do we have planned versus what is our sustainable. The only thing I would caution about is the green bars represent projects that are in today's cost and have been have recognized the cost increases that we're facing, whereas the black dashed line, the sustainable funding level, is a historic number that we dug deep into it and established what our assets cost and what their value is and what we'd have to put into the plan each year. But that number is probably 3 to 5 years old now. So that black line really has to raise closer to 4 million, but I don't have an exact number for you at that time. But just to put in perspective, the projects that we have do account for today's cost increases that we've seen. The other side of the capital plan from all of the assets in the buildings is the fleet. We know that if we get an average of 12 years out of our fleet, we need to be up over $1 million. We've got a $12.5 million city fleet and another $2.5 million on the schools that are not shown here. The school buses are done within the school budget. We're in a cycle where we're at the higher end of that over $1 million because all of the fire trucks were purchased in the 90s, are all coming due, are all 20 plus years old, but they were purchased in a series of a few years. So we're kind of stuck at a point where we're replacing them all within a few years. So you do have a pumper truck for the fire department in this capital plan. And you can see the numbers over the next 23 through 26. It does start to come back down. Glennis can show you that it's not that big a hit to the budget because we did just extend the financing a bit because we do keep those fire trucks for a 20-year period versus a 10 or 12-year period. So those are the vehicles that are in. It's a public works and fire heavy year for replacement. That's just the cycle that we're on. That does not include any new assets. That's just simply replacement of vehicles or equipment that we already have today. And Glennis, do you want me to stop sharing or do you want to just say next slide and I'll push the button?
I'll just say next slide and you can hit the button. Thank you. Okay, so the next section is debt and financing. This gives you a sense of our bond payments, similar to the capital plan. In the annual budgeting process, we do try and provide everyone with a view of what the next 5 years of bond payments will be. And there's a version of this chart in the budget book. It just breaks out what our current bond debt is and what the interest versus principal payments will be over the next 5 years. You can see there's really no significant drop off. In terms of our principal expenditures, a little bit of a drop off in 2025, but nothing significant is coming off the books through the next 5 years. Next slide. This is a different view of that same chart, but what this provides you with is an idea of how we've been leveraging TIF funds to offset our bonded debt expenditures. Again, Denise Clavette has been a great partner in really maximizing the potential of TIF funds to offset bonded debt, whether that be through the development project list or through a fair share of existing debt. Next slide. This takes your bond principal payments and actually stretches them out through the life of all of our bonded debt. We do have the general obligation bond for the roads at 4.1 million. That does come down significantly in 2027, 2028 with a really big drop off in 2029. That's driving most of the drop off in our debt, as well as the Maine Department of Transportation bridge loan for the Stackpole Bridge project, which comes off of the books in 2027. And then after that, from 2030 through 2040, really pretty steady level of debt payments until the 2018 infrastructure and sewer bonds come off the books. Next slide. This is another view of the vehicle replacement schedule. So we do work to try and establish a sustainable funding level as a target. It's great to see that we've gotten to a place with our asset replacement schedule, at least where we are hovering around a sustainable funding level. And the sustainable funding level is 1.2 million, which assumes a 10-year life on average across all of our vehicles. 10 years is quite a long time for vehicles, and especially the kind of use that the city puts them through, but our fleet department does an amazing job keeping the vehicles up to date, and so we can sort of work around this replacement schedule level. On the right-hand side, you can see that same sustainable funding level of 1.2 million, this time compared to asset financing, so the actual debt, principal plus interest payments. We do try and keep our vehicles on a consistent 5-year financing when we do lease issuance, which ensures that financing is coming off right about the time that we would need to replace. And again, that keeps our financing cost right at that sustainable funding level. Next slide. Again, this is that same asset financing schedule, but now we're taking a quick peek at funding sources. So for fiscal year 2022, 74% of the asset financing funding source will come from the general fund. 9% comes from the ambulance fund, specifically for the debt payments on ambulances. 6% from the enterprise fund for enterprise leased assets. And the energy funds in fiscal year 2022, that's the balance on the energy bond that was issued in 2016, with a planned usage for those funds to be the down payment on a capital lease to support the street light LED project. Next slide. And that is the end of the capital presentation. Pat and I are happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Finance Director Salas, Director Fox, for that presentation. Any questions from council? Councilor Johnston.
Thank you. Again, not so much a question, more of just a statement. I mean, I think for several years now, I've kind of advocated for against the reduction of the capital plan. It's concerning to me. The needs don't go away. And I think if you go back several years, we have a history of where we've done this before. And of course we, what's that phrase? Kicking the can down the road. So, I mean, that's just a statement from, my position, Ward 7 councilor. I really kind of would advocate for at least funding some of those requests that are unfunded currently. And then the question I had for the finance director, the trail bond debt that we owe 200,000 or 800,000 or 180,000 over the next 9 years. Is there any benefit to just paying that off now and saving the 64,000 or so in interest?
Finance Director Salas, you're muted.
I apologize. Sorry. Unfortunately, we did just refund the trails bond in the spring of 2020. And so we're locked in with bond issuances. You can't pay down early.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing no questions, Finance Director Salas, Director Fox, thank you very much for joining us this evening. And I think Finance Director Salas, you'll be staying around, I think, for the next presentation.
Yes, I believe you're right. Finance is next. So I'm going to go ahead and share the presentation. Can you see the presentation on your screens?
We can see your screen share.
Thank you. I do want to give a shout out to our communications coordinator, Andrew, for the beautiful photography, both in the budget book and the presentations and the cover art for my own presentation. So here's a quick view of the finance department. For this presentation, I like to take the latest 12 months so that the city council has an idea of over the course of a full year, what it is that the finance department actually does. The finance department covers 4 core service areas: accounts payable, customer service, reporting, and financial management. Accounts payable processed 3,550 P-card transactions over the last 12 months and paid on 7,664 invoices. On the customer service side, we issued 9,898 bills and processed 44,595 receipts. In terms of annual reporting responsibilities, the finance department does issue 3 major reports on an annual basis. The city administrator's recommended budget, the final approved budget book, and the annual financial report. Altogether, these reports account for 590 published pages and earned 2 National Excellence Awards from the Government Financial Officers Association. On the financial management side, the Finance Department has undertaken a significant effort to digitize as many of our processes as possible. In the last year, we saved 16,785 pieces of paper, and we also updated 73 pages of policy and ordinances with the council in the last year. In addition to the numbers on the previous page, here are some achievements from fiscal year 2021. We did move forward with the paperless accounts payable process. I do have to compliment the finance and payroll manager, Kim Kennedy, on sort of spearheading that effort with our organization. We've simplified financial security by implementing a number of digitized processes that ensure that our munis and financial software users are accessing the correct information, but not too much information. We've automated our utility bill pay and reporting. Again, this was a big lift on the part of the accounts payable department to get our utility bill pay into the software application NG. This software will then be able to be used by our other departments to track their energy usage and to make improvements on energy usage over time. We moved our parking permit software online in collaboration with the police department. This enables our citizens to purchase parking permits without having to physically come into City Hall and allows the city greater flexibility in levying parking fees for non-residents. The Finance Department has also undertaken a transition in our ambulance billing, moving to our partners at Quick Med Claims. We believe that this will improve and enhance the city's ambulance revenues, which can in turn be used to support needed capital improvements in the fire and EMS division. Payroll responsibilities were transitioned from the Human Resources Department to the Finance Department, and we are continuing to work with the Human Resources Department on opportunities that have been identified as part of that transition. As I mentioned on the previous page, the Finance Department undertook a comprehensive policy rewrite, reviewing policies, some of which dated to the early 2000s, updating them to reflect council goals and initiatives, as well as internal operating procedures and best practices. And finally, I do have to compliment the first floor customer service representatives. It has been a really tough year for anyone who's been in customer service. They've supported the citizens of the city of Saco with grace and patience and shown up every day for work, even when many people have been afraid to interact with the public. So I want to compliment them, that whole team, the tax collector, as well as all of our customer service representatives. Okay, this is just a high-level overview of the Finance Department budget. Of course, base pay is 74% of our costs. The city's highest expenses are always the people and what we compensate them for coming to work. We also have fees. Most of this is related to software costs of our financial software munis, as well as paychecks. Contracts, which are primarily the auditing services that we pay for on an annual basis. And then supplies, training, utilities, and some other categories. There's one service enhancement that was included as part of the city administrator's budget, and that is the position of a deputy finance director with a net cost to the general fund of $51,342. The decision to add a deputy finance director has come at the recommendation of the city administrator and to create assurance for continuance of services in the case of an unplanned absence, which this department has been challenged with throughout the past year. Per the city's HR consultant, this deputy director position would replace the current supervision of the department, providing additional management support, as well as assist my office with various financial responsibilities and provide a needed backup in the case of an unplanned leave. This added position is also going to allow the city to carve out a dedicated payroll manager, which has been identified as another urgent organizational need. So what are we looking to do in fiscal year 2022? There's always more to be done in the finance department. Public Works Director Fox mentioned capital asset planning and the fact that our current asset valuations are out of date. The finance department is working with Public Works in standing up some improved capital asset planning, potentially expanding our use of existing modules, so improving reporting without increasing cost. We also are looking to upgrade our financial platform Munis, hopefully in the fall. We're looking to digitize tracking of planning and building inspection fees. That requires expanding use of iWork, and we're collaborating with a sort of internal working team on that project. We do want to go to RFP on merchant services. The more that the city moves to create online or additional channels for purchasing things like parking tickets or paying fees at the transfer station, the more we have to stand up additional processing services. And as you stand up additional ad hoc processing services, the fees that you pay continue to increase. So we are looking to try and consolidate some of our merchant services next year. Interest earnings, this is something that unfortunately the city was not well prepared to weather. A 90% drop in the interest earnings on our unassigned fund balance because of changes in the repurchase market in 2021. So we are hoping next year to take the updates and improvements that have been made to the city's investment policy and find ways to maximize interest earnings on our existing fund balance. The finance department is hoping to continue to partner with HR to improve the payroll experience for all employees, as well as to reduce costly increases on workers' comp and other benefits. Sorry, excuse me. And finally, we're hoping to improve the process for cost recovery escrow accounts and improve our relationship with developers and the community. I do want to highlight that those items flagged in blue are made possible by the additional resources of a deputy finance director in my department. The next section of my presentation is oriented towards some other budgeting units. So before I move on, I wanted to see if there were any questions from the council regarding the finance operations presentation.
Council, any questions for Finance Director Salas at this point? Finance Director Salas, please continue.
Thank you. Okay, so there are a series of other budgeting units contained in section 5 of your budget book. The city administrator is going to be addressing the solicitor budget, and human resources will be addressing fringe benefits at another time. But I'm going to go through some of the other budgeting units within that section. The first is contingency. Contingency contains the true contingency account, which is about $95,000 annually for miscellaneous expenses, as well as for shared initiatives with Biddeford. The other significant portions of the contingency grouping are tax abatements. Tax abatements are up significantly this year, and that's based on feedback from the city assessor about what a reasonable tax abatement line would be, since in this current fiscal year, we're experiencing a significant overruns in that account line. The bank collection over short account is primarily used to budget for bank fees. We are hoping that with the addition of the deputy finance director, that the city will be able to realize some savings on our banking fees just by having an additional set of eyes for what we're expending there. And then the senior volunteer tax credit program is currently budgeted at $60,000. It's about 90% of that contingency group. This is a quick look at insurance. Insurance is made up of a single line, and that's the city's municipal liability policy. If you look out over the last couple of years, we enjoyed significant savings on this line in fiscal year 2020. That was related to the finance department reassessing the allocation of school versus city premiums and partnering with Paquin and Carroll to ensure that we were allocating those premiums correctly. In fiscal year 2021, we saw a 10% increase, and we're seeing another 10% increase in premiums for fiscal year 2022. Some of that is related to our utilization, but it's largely related to the fact that the finance department does not have sufficient staffing to go out to market. We attempted it in fiscal year 2020, and there simply wasn't the bandwidth to get that project over the finish line. We are anticipating that the Deputy Finance Director will provide the staffing resources necessary to go to market, and we are hoping to enjoy some savings or at least mitigate the increases on the insurance premiums for fiscal year 2023. Grants and reimbursements. This is a department that doesn't currently have anything budgeted in it, either on the expense or revenue side. In general, it's very difficult to predict what the city might be awarded for a grant or reimbursement in any coming year. So the assessment of this department was to budget 0 in expense and revenue, and then as grants are awarded, to book the expense and offsetting revenues into dedicated grants accounts per the new grants policy that was approved by council in the last couple of months. Supported entities. So the city does support a number of local regional entities. Supported entities are budgeted for not only in the general fund, but also in TIF funds, thanks to, again, the work of Denise Clovette. The Dyer Library is the most significant supported entity across all supported entities and funding mechanisms. The budget that the library put forward was a very modest 1% increase that mostly went to support COLA for employees. BSOOB Transit and Saco Main Street are both funded 100% by TIFs. They're our next largest supported entities. $2,000 has been budgeted in this fiscal year for the Southern Maine Beach Profile Monitoring. That is offset with a small reduction in contingencies for a net zero impact to the tax rate. And there was a very small $300 increase for the Saco Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee. Again, if you're interested in what our supported entities do, especially those that are not our top 3, I highly recommend reviewing the supported entities section of the budget book where the funding request letters are contained for all entities that the city is supporting in the coming budget. Before I move on to the fee schedule, are there any questions on the other budgeting units that I presented on?
Any questions at this time? And councilors, please feel free, if you think of a question at a later date, please feel free to email. I know there's a lot of information being thrown at you all this evening, so.
Absolutely, I'm happy to answer any questions at any time. Okay, so the last piece of this is the fee schedule. So for the first time, I did work to make sure that the fee schedule was integrated into the budget book. It's part of that first section, the financial overview, part of the revenue reporting. So you can take a look at that in detail. There are very minimal changes put forward to council this year. We really don't have any anticipated revenue increases tied to any of the fee schedule changes that are in there. Non-residential parking fees for the train station, which is an item that was reviewed as part of last year's budget cycle, is potentially slated for September of 2021, pending a review of parking capacity and some of the competing needs in that parking lot now that it's a central hub for BSOOB Transit. And finally, there is a fee schedule that was built out related to conference room reservations for citizens, nonprofits, and for-profit entities. But all of that is on hold until the health risks of the global pandemic have been mitigated and City Hall is prepared to start making rooms available to our available for reservation. And that is everything that I had for you this evening.
Thank you, Finance Director Salas. Any questions at this time from council? Seeing no hands raised. Finance Director Salas, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Joining us this evening. At this time, we will move on to the fire department. However, council, just want to point out it is getting, it's now 10:30. We do have some new business that I'm hoping that the council will agree to push off until next week, as we still have an executive session this evening. And at this point, would like to take a 5-minute recess for everyone to use the facilities and so forth. So if we can take a 5-minute recess and be back for 10:42. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. At this time, up next will be the fire department, and we have Chief Durosh joining us. Thank you, Chief. My apologies for taking a quick facilities break, but please feel free to update us on the ongoings of the fire department budget.
Understood. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah. I guess I gotta ask, are you seeing my presentation okay?
We are seeing your presentation.
Perfect, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Doyle, members of the City Council. Welcome, Councilor Hatch. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Saco Fire Department budget for the fiscal year 2022. To start, I would like to publicly thank and acknowledge the firefighters and fire officers of the Saco Fire Department. Dedication and professionalism over the last 12 months. Their response to the challenges brought forth by the COVID-19 pandemic is nothing short of commendable. Let's see. I guess I got to ask again, is the slide changing okay?
The slide is changed to your mission.
Good. All right. I think I've got this technology figured out. Thank you. Just a quick slide about who we are and what we believe. The Saco Fire Department is committed to enhancing the quality of life for the present and future generations of our community. We protect lives and property through public education, fire suppression, delivery of emergency medical and rescue services. It is our vision to be role models, to be accountable, to be committed, and to operate as a team. We share the core values of being prepared for duty, to serve with integrity, respond with compassion, and are committed to professional excellence. Our metrics are based on the 5 programs that are assigned to us. Fire suppression. A little bit of data, calendar year 2020, we had a total of 3,703 incidents, including 117 major fire incidents that we responded to as classified by the United States Fire Administration. That's an increase in 27% over 2010. Last year, we responded to 2,743 emergency medical calls, a 445 increase over 2010. Training is a major component of what we do. Training and certification. We've had 2 firefighters complete the requirements of obtaining their paramedic license, 4 obtain their advanced emergency medical technician license, 2 firefighters achieving Firefighter 2 certification, and our in-house credits, continuing education credits and EMS licensing and fire service training is continuing. Our fire prevention office has been extremely busy working with our code enforcement office and review of plans in conjunction with the state fire marshal for life safety and sprinkler compliance. And in emergency management, because of COVID, we've joined forces with York County Emergency Management and their incident management team to address those challenges. Just some of the highlights of what we've accomplished over the last year. Through the work with the City Council at last year's budget process, we purchased a new ambulance. Ambulance 2 is a 2021 Ford Type 3 from Lifeline Emergency Vehicles out of Massachusetts. We've upgraded all 3 of our ambulances with Stryker PowerCot patient loading systems. We've upgraded our patient care capabilities with the purchase of 3 McGrath video laryngoscopes and 2 Lucas automatic chest compression devices. We've received from the city administrator several length of service recognition awards. And that's just testimony to the longevity that our firefighters and fire officers have. I'm extremely proud of our call division, who despite COVID, went through with their annual Santa Claus visit on Thanksgiving night. For those that aren't aware, it was a drive-through process this year, and we had over 150 vehicles go through the drive-through. Recently, we have purchased and upgraded 2 of our LifePak 15 cardiac monitors. We took advantage of a promotion. Our cardiac monitors were timing out as far as age and service from the company. Working with the finance director, we were able to save $35,000 by purchasing those units at the end of last year. Most recently, we've taken delivery of engine 7, a 2022 Ferrara, 1,500 gallon a minute pumper. We also purchased hose that was aging out, our self-contained breathing apparatus that was over 20 years old, and equipment. Again, we purchased that because it was aging out. Just quickly, some of our response to the COVID-19 pandemic. No different than all of us. We all face the challenges of this pandemic. We initially were hit with the PPE shortages. What we've seen now is an increase. Just one example, our medical gloves, the cost of our medical gloves have increased by 360%. We've enhanced our cleaning and disinfecting. We've dealt with exposures, we've dealt with quarantining. We did in June, working with American Family Care out of South Portland, we did antibody testing for all city employees. We are in possession of an Abbott antigen rapid test machine for city employees. Starting in December, we worked with the EMS providers around us to vaccinate all of the first responders, fire, EMS, and police. We are currently assisting with vaccinations for public at the Sanford Mass Vaccination Clinic and in local communities. On Wednesday of this week, we have 6 employees who will be assisting at the Old Orchard Beach public vaccination site. And we'll have 2 people down in Sanford at the public vaccination site. So we're actively involved in that. It's a really good program that's set up through the York County Emergency Management Agency, in that our labor costs are reimbursed directly from York County government, and they are getting those costs reimbursed from FEMA. What we have come to recognize is that COVID has forever changed how we will be doing business. The PPE requirements likely will not go away anytime soon, that's for sure. And I think our business is going to continue to change based on COVID. In our budget overview, I just wanted to go over a couple of those. We had a 3% increase in our wages line, a small increase in contracts. Our equipment line has increased based on cost for maintenance. And our fees increase, it shows 43%, and I think that deserves some explanation. And what that is an online education program for recertification for EMS licenses. That program costs us about $4,200 a year to maintain. And the other increase, the big increase, is utilities. And a lot of that has to do with the projected increase in public water and water for fire protection. Our projects and goals for the upcoming year in the capital budget is the replacement of engine 1, a 1993 Freightliner, Central States pumper tanker. It is pumps water at 1,250 gallons per minute, carries 200 to 2,500 gallons of water. It's a 5-passenger cab vehicle. This is a primary response to the non-hydrogen areas west of the Turnpike. As noted by the Public Works Director, currently not funded in the capital budget is the money to replace the aging equipment. Primarily, that is the self-contained breathing apparatus that are almost 20 years old, as well as the hose. Both of those have reached their normal service life and are exceeding their expected service life as defined by the National Fire Protection Association. Thank you for your action earlier tonight. We did submit a grant to Firehouse Subs for replacement of Marine 6 back late fall. Deputy Chief David Pendleton worked hard on that with assistance from the Finance Department, and Ann Morrissey, who works in finance, was instrumental in helping him get together the numbers, and we appreciate Ann's work. Marine 6 is typically responds to the freshwater in and around and above the dams, about 10 miles of the Saco River all the way to the Dayton line. It is trailered here at Central Fire Station, can be quickly towed to any quick access point along the river. What you did for us tonight was by approving that grant was allow us to get a boat very similar to what the Maine Marine Patrol uses when they're on the rivers, both above and below the dam. So it's going to increase our level of safety and our efficiencies on the water. And thank you very much for doing that. The other project for us in the capital budget is to replace the shift commander's primary response vehicle, which is currently a 2010 Ford Explorer with 100,000 miles on it. This vehicle serves as a mobile command post, and we're looking at a similar response vehicle. This is a first due response from the on-duty senior fire officer to establish command at a high level, establishing a high level of first responder safety, developing an incident action plan, and provide directions to incoming firefighting resources. This is not in our budget. I would ask the council to keep this project in mind with the increased interest in the Route 1 North corridor because of the sewer line and the ongoing growth. I think that we should keep the Route 1 North public safety, satellite public safety facility near the top of our list. We're looking to improve fire and EMS effectiveness and efficiencies, reduce response time, and increase staffing. We do have one service enhancement in there to add one career firefighter EMS provider. The service enhancement is about $53,000 plus $7,400 in personal protective equipment for initial onboarding. This aligns with the staffing model for increased firefighter safety and effectiveness of operations and response to increased growth and calls for service. It's consistent with our comprehensive assessment of the Saco Fire Department by municipal resources, best practices of the industry, and the National Fire Protection Association requirements. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Duras. Any questions for the chief, councilors? Chief Duras, thank you for your presentation. There seems to be no questions. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
With that, we are at the assessing department. I think we're going to hear from City Assessor Nick Deschardins. Nick, thanks for joining us this evening.
Oh, I was on mute the whole time. Good evening, everyone.
We can see your presentation and we can
All set?
hear you.
Great. Thank you very much for having me present the assessing department budget. So our department consists of myself as the tax assessor, which is shared with Biddeford. We have a full-time deputy tax assessor. We also have a personal property / field lister position, which is also shared with Biddeford. We have a full-time administrative listing assistant. So we have had this collaboration with Biddeford. It's been going on since 2016. Our mission is to assess the city of Saco fairly and equitably while providing excellence in public service by identifying and uniformly assessing property within the city of Saco in conformance with state laws, using acceptable mass appraisal principles to create and maintain parcel maps used to provide the public with high quality products and services. So basically, our department is responsible for real estate valuations, personal property valuations. So we have a separate property record card for each individual parcel. We also, with the personal property valuations, assess business equipment. We also have all the parcel mapping in our office, which delineates each individual parcel. And our biggest objective is really maintaining equity amongst all the properties in the city. Each one of those property cards that we have has the owner of the property, has a separate land and building assessment associated with it. Some of our fiscal year 2021 achievements. We did a successful personal property database conversion. So now we have our personal property database with our real estate, which is our vision database, which is very robust. So we've really improved that process. Also, we're making it, we have been making it, and we're continuing to make the transition of filing personal property online. We have our link on our website, which a taxpayer of a business can click on and fill out their list of equipment right on the website, which makes it very easy versus sending in paper and so forth. So we really feel like that's streamlining the process. And we're continuing that transition. All the documents are going from paper folders into the database, which is really giving us more space in the department. Also enhanced staff GIS training and eventually that transition to assessing. So we have our administrative listing assistant who is learning GIS and is looking to get GIS certified, which eventually the whole, this transition versus outsourcing GIS, will be able to have GIS done right in the department, which will be great. And since we're the ones that have all the tax maps. So it seems to work, that would work very well, eventually as we get there. Also just increased efficiency and accurate valuation spreadsheets. That's just an ongoing thing as we start to work through our values and all of our data and just increase that, all our different spreadsheets. Our budget breakdown here, as you can see, the last 2 years has been quite the increase, basically due to service enhancements. We'll talk about that later in terms of some of those requests. The other service software maintenance is just related to our vision software as far as our annual maintenance. Travel, which we didn't use very much this year with COVID, is basically just mileage to go to assessing classes, which in a normal year we drive to the classes and the seminars that are offered through Maine Revenue Services, different assessing organizations in the state. And then, of course, minimal supplies, just supplies that we need to just maintain what we do in the department. So fiscal year 2022 projects and goals, again, want to get to the point where we're in-house GIS mapping. A couple others here would be 100% declared certified ratio versus what we've been doing the last couple of years is factoring our ratios, which exemptions and so forth have been a percentage of the full reimbursements from the state. The revaluation process and the implementation for the reval in fiscal year 2023, which was a big part of that service enhancement percentage. So the GIS training, again, it's for our administrative listing assistant, and it's basically, like I said before, versus outsourcing it, we can do it right in-house. So the goal here is that eventually it's going to pay itself off versus continuing every year to outsource it. And of course, the big one is the revaluation cost. This is the second half of a revaluation cost, which the first half was put away for this fiscal year 2021. And if we don't go through that process, we're not going to have all current relevant market data that will not be collected to distribute the tax burden fairly and equitably. I want to go over ratio analysis. This is one of the most common, if not the most common, statistical tool that assessors use. A statistical tool used to measure assessed values of properties in relation to their sales price using only arm's length transactions. If you're familiar with arm's length transaction, it's basically a market value sale. You have foreclosures, you have short sales. Those are, they don't really represent a market value transaction, so they aren't considered an arm's length transaction. A ratio example would be an assessed value of a property is 200,000. You divide that by the sales price. In this case, sales price is 300,000. That would be a 67% ratio. State auditors use an average of all arm's length transactions to determine the average ratio in a given fiscal year. State auditors use the combined study analysis for all arm's length transactions. State auditors require the combined study to be within 70% and 100% of the average ratio. That's a pretty wide range, but that is what you have to be within their statutes. What I did was I pulled up a chart here of the Saco state valuation average ratio history using the combined study, going all the way back to the fiscal year of 16. As you can see, looking at the trend here. Again, this is all the sales within a fiscal year that are considered arm's length. And you can see the number of sales, the ratio, and basically you can see where we're heading. It's been well noted, and we've talked about it earlier in this the meeting tonight about lack of supply and the housing prices and what's going on there. So you see the 77% I want to mention is not state certified yet. The July 19 to June 2020. That is a number that we've worked on, sent it to the state, and now they're going to have to certify it. So they're not necessarily going to certify the 77%. Because they're working on that audit right now, but it's probably going to be pretty close to that number. And then the 73% is, again, that's just an early estimate, taking the current fiscal year sales to kind of just see where our trending is. So when we look at the July 19 to June 2020 projected state valuation class breakdown, that 77% projection that we think the state's going to come up with for the combined study. This is just a breakdown of the different classes of properties. So when you look at this, you can see where we are on our assessed to sale numbers. You can see that the number of sales for each class. So again, we take more of an average. We do averages. We average when we make adjustments, we do them for averages, and that's the most fair and equitable way to do it in terms of mass appraisal and assessing. So as an assessor, we look at the last couple charts and kind of say, okay, what can we make out of that? What is that telling us about the data? The first thing that I notice is the commercial sales and 9 sales. I mean, when I look at 9 sales, I don't see enough data there. So it's hard to make equitable adjustments when you're looking at a limited sample size. Another interesting factor is the declining ratio compared to the number of sales really shows like a greater distance between supply and demand. One notable data point there was the 422 sales down to 361 sales in the last 2 fiscal years. So you have the sales going down, but you have the ratio declining. That really kind of shows that there's still a demand out there. There's just not enough supply to support that demand. The deviation levels are actually fairly small when you look at the different classes of properties, considering where we are in terms of our ratios to market. The fact that we're, our average is 77 and our highest percentage in that class dispersion is 82, it shows relatively good equity. And then another, like I mentioned earlier, notable, point to look at here is if this trend continues, we're going to be falling below the 70%. When I use that chart, I use 70 to 110 as the numbers to where the different bar totals fell between, and you could see at the end that we're getting pretty close to that 70%, which is the state minimum. If we get below that 70%, the state we're going to have to come up with a plan, and they're going to basically force us to make some decisions here on what we're going to do with our assessed values. I want to talk a little bit about the residential study. The residential study analysis conducted by state auditors determines the municipality's declared certified ratio. The state allows the municipality for the following fiscal year to certify within 10% of the last state certified residential study. So what does that mean? Well, the sales period July 17 to June 2018, that residential study, the state certified 84%. And they certified, by the time we got that number, it was October of 2019. Well, the following fiscal year, because we're in the middle of the fiscal year 20 at that point. So the following fiscal year is 21. So the state allows us to variance by 10% for the following fiscal year. So we added 10% to the 84%. 92% was Saco's declared certified ratio for fiscal year 21. What does that mean? Well, you see your tax bills. The homestead, the taxpayer only got 23,000, where they could have got 25 if we were able to certify 100%. Same thing with the veterans, 5,500 versus the full 6,000 if we were at 100%. This is the history of Saco's state valuation residential study, going back to July 15 to June 16, and then the following fiscal year of what we were allowed to certify based on their statutes. So as you can see, we were able to certify 100% in fiscal year 19, and that slowly decreased to where the 92% is for the current fiscal year. And then you can see where we're heading. So this is basically, if we do not make any adjustments for fiscal year 22, we'll be looking at a 90% declared certified ratio. And based on that trending, if we continue to not make adjustments, we will be looking at about somewhere around 85% as the highest we will be able to declare as a certified ratio, which again means that those exemptions will be factored at a lower percentage. So we're looking at fiscal year 2022, and we're looking at making some valuation adjustments to try to keep up with what's going on in the market and to be able to get that 100% declared certified ratio. So the last residential study was 82%. So if we increase that by 12%, that will give us right around 91, 92% adjusted certified ratio. If we take that 91 and 92% adjusted certified ratio and we add 10% for the state's allowable variance, that would be enough to give us a 100% ratio for Saco for FY22. But that would be the minimum that we would need to increase to get to that level. And we would have to prove that to the state when it's audit time. So, but that's what we're looking at for numbers to be able to pass the audit test to be able to have 100% certified ratio. So again, so the next step is the projected state valuation. So now we're looking at that 77% for the 2020 state valuation for the residential study, which the state hasn't certified yet. And if we increase that by 12%, that gives us a target range of about 86% for a ratio when we use those more recent numbers that the state hasn't certified. So if we do that, that means if we increase the residential study by 12% to get to our roughly target range around 86%, fair is fair, we have to look at the other classes of properties, the water influence, condo, commercial study, to adjust to that target level of 86% to create equity. So based on the chart, when you looked at the different percentages of the different classes of properties, and again, this is an average of the entire study. Water influence study, we would increase by 5%. We came up with 82%. The condo study, same thing as the residential, we would increase by 12%. The commercial study, we would increase by 5%. So just again, on that average scale for those classes of properties, that would give us more equity while being able to declare 100% as a certified ratio. This does not necessarily mean that every property in this ratio study class increases by that percentage. Again, it's an average. Some are below, some are above. So a more in-depth look into residential, condo, water influence neighborhoods and commercial uses are needed to create the greatest equity possible. So part of what we do is look at valuation patterns in different neighborhoods to see if different neighborhoods need to be adjusted at different percentages to ultimately do the final performance test to see where that ratio is going to be and create, as little deviation as possible, and to hit that 86% target level based on the projected 2020 state valuation. So, and it's not really, it's more of looking at a bunch of sales. It's not one or two sales that you look and adjust. It has to be a good sample size, and it has to be a valuation, some sort of pattern where one neighborhood might be lower than the average. Maybe that requires a little bit more of an adjustment than, neighborhood A requires more of an adjustment than neighborhood B. So that's what we're working on right now to see, look at all that information. So if we're going to adjust values and really get to the point where we're close to 100%, maybe somewhere in the mid 90s to leave ourselves a little bit of room, the first step process would be to look at those fiscal year 2022 numbers and bring them up closer to market. Of course, being able to declare 100%. And then we really need to look at a revaluation. Saco hasn't had a revaluation in quite a while. Our state valuation says that it was done in 2006. Basically, when I analyze the data, cost appreciation income tables are pretty obsolete, especially considering the fact that what the market has done, over the past decade and a half. So, an important part of doing a revaluation is correlating cost, income, and sales data for commercial properties. The reason why I say that is because you can take all the sales of all the properties and you can adjust them to market. But if you don't have enough of those for all the different commercial uses, you're not really creating equity in the commercial sector as much as you would like. So part of this whole revaluation is not only to collect cost and sales data, specifically cost, because the sales data we have up to date. The cost data, we want to adjust the building values to equal cost and then collect the income and correlate those approaches and do it for all properties. And that we know will guarantee equitability across the board for all classes of properties. And this whole process would be done as part of the revaluation process. As part of that revaluation process, a big component to that is to allow our residents the opportunity to discuss their assessment prior to tax commitment. So once we've gone through this whole process of working with the reval company, getting all these tables up to date, analyzing them, looking at the equitability, before we close the books, we have an opportunity to have the taxpayers call us, come in, whatever we need to do to get a good window there for them to have a discussion with us to, so that we're not just closing the books and all of a sudden here's your assessed value that you didn't know anything about. So that's a big component to this at the end of the process. And then the biggest, one of the biggest is just to have that foundation of supporting documentation of how all the assessments were derived. It's been a while for the city with this revaluation. It'll be like just a revaluation book that will explain everything. So that will be something that we would have and we could build on depending on how we do market adjustments in the future. And I think by having that foundation, if we do market adjustments in the future, we'll have a better paper trail of the sequence of events to making adjustment as the market fluctuates. So, and that's about it. So, I don't know if you guys have any questions.
Thank you, Tax Assessor Desjardins. Any questions for Nick at this time? Nick, I see no questions. Thank you for joining us this evening and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
That brings us to item 10 on the agenda, which is new business. If there's no objection, I'd like to move beyond new business and go to the administrative update, council discussion and comment, and then executive session. We do have several people waiting for us for executive session. And the new business items, if there's no objection, will be put on next week's agenda. Okay. Hearing no objection, we'll move on to item 11 of the agenda, and that is the administrative update.
Mr. Mayor, in the interest of time, I'll defer. You have it in your email already. So in the interest of time, I'll defer. Let's get to the executive session.
Thank you, City Administrator Kenner. Will you just make sure that that gets into the packet of information online so that members of the public can see it as well? Thank you. That brings us to item 12 of the agenda, council discussion and comment. Any council discussion and comment at this time? Councilor Gunn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank the council for indulging me. I know it's late, but I have a couple things I'd like to say, and also have some notes here so I don't lose my train of thought. So thank you for indulging me. First off, I'd like to congratulate Phil Hatch on his appointment. My vote notwithstanding, the council speaks as one, and I look forward to working with you and finding areas of common ground for the continued benefit of the city. I wanted to say my no vote against Phil was not in any way personal. I respect the knowledge and the experience that he will bring to the table. My vote was against what is, in my judgment, is a poor precedent. Phil Hatch has been the public face of the Saco Neighborhoods Group, who took the political and frankly personal disagreement they had with Councilor Methorn to the point of taking full advantage of what I think is the charter's low bar for a recall to compel him to resign under the likelihood of him being recalled. To appoint the spokesperson for that effort establishes a precedent that any group of concerned citizens can attempt to drive any member of this body from office if they disagree with a vote that they make. I hope I'm mistaken in that belief, but that was a belief that compelled me to vote the way I did. And as I said, notwithstanding that vote, my sincere congratulations to Councilor-elect Phil Hatch, and I welcome him as a colleague.
Thank you, Councilor Gunn. Any other council discussion or comment? Moving on, we are moving to item 13 of the agenda, which is executive session. Is there a motion to enter executive session?
I'll make the motion.
Councilor Purdy,
Be it ordered that the city council enter into executive session pursuant to MRSA Title I, Chapter 13, Subchapter 1, Subsection 4056, for economic development. I move to approve the order.
motion's been made to enter into executive session. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilor Berman. Discussion. Roll call vote on entering executive session. Councilor Purdy,
Yes.
Councilor Gunn,
Yes.
Councilor Berman,
Yes.
and Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0. We still have a quorum to do business with four members of the council, so 4-0 moves us into executive session. If everyone can move over and migrate to the link that was provided to you from City Administrator Kainrath prior to this evening's meeting. Welcome back, everyone, as the counselors make their way back here. We're just waiting on one counselor. Okay, is there a motion to exit executive session?
So moved.
Councilor Gunn has made a motion to exit executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on exiting executive session? Roll call vote. Councilor Purdy,
Yes.
Councilor Gunn,
Yes.
Councilor Berman,
Yes.
Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0 to exit executive session at 11:56 PM. Let the record reflect that there's no report for executive session. With that, we're at item 15. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So moved by Councilor Johnston, second.
Second.
Second by Councilor Berman. Discussion on adjournment. Roll call on adjournment. Councilor Purdy,
Yes.
Councilor Gunn,
Yes.
Councilor Berman,
Yes.
Councilor Johnston.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0 to adjourn at 11:57 PM. Thank you very much, everyone, for a long evening. Again, congratulations and welcome, Councilor Hatch. And be well, stay safe, and try to get some rest.
Good night.
Take care, everyone. Have a great night.
Thank you.